Sound check 1 2 3. Sound check 1 2 3.
Good morning, everybody. Today is Tuesday, October 21st, 2024. Welcome to the Planning Committee meeting. Before we get started, just a reminder to take a moment now, look at your device, make sure it's turned to a non-audible function so we don't get interrupted during the meeting. We have quorum for today's meeting, so I will call the meeting to order. Welcome to the public, staff, and to committee members. Around the horseshoe today, we have Councillors McMeekin, Wang, M. Wilson, Francis, Taddison, Beattie, and Alex Wilson, and online is Councillor Kretsch. We will start with approval of the agenda. Clerk Kelsey, are there any changes to the agenda today?
Yes, Chair Kassar, under Communications, 5.1, Communications Respecting Green Building Standards, item 11.2. We have added communication items 3 through 6. For delegation requests, under 6.1, Delegations Respecting Green Building Standards, item 11.2. We have added delegation requests, item 4 through 11. Under public hearings, 10.1, application for a zoning bylaw amendment for lands located at 48 Jenny Court. We have an added staff presentation. Under discussion items 11.2, green building standards, we have added item A, climate change advisory committee, citizen committee report respecting green building standards report, and added staff presentation, and that's everything.
Okay, thank you very much. May I have a mover and seconder to approve the agenda as amended? Councillor M. Wilson, Councillor McMeekin. Seeing no speakers, we'll go to the vote. The vote is available. And while we're waiting for that to come up, welcome Councillor Pauls, who's a thumbs up on the agenda. And that carries unanimously. Thank you, everybody. Moving on to declarations of interest. Members of the committee, are there any declarations of interest today? Councillor Pauls.
It's not a conflict, but I have to leave by 1:15 to go to bring greetings for the seniors on behalf of the mayor. So.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Pauls. Okay, seeing no declarations of interest, we'll move on to approval of minutes of the meeting on September 17th, 2024. Can I have a mover and seconder to approve those minutes, please? Councillor Wang, Councillor Beattie, any discussion? Seeing none, we will vote to approve those minutes. The vote is up. And that carries unanimously. We're on to communications. 5.1 is communications respecting green building standards. 11.1, we have several. From David Carson, electrification of buildings. From Khurshid Ahmed, from Ann Washington, Gail Faveri, Jeff Anderson-Bourne, and Edward Reese, and Jeffrey Cowan, Hamilton Community Enterprises. Can I have a mover and seconder to receive those correspondence and refer them to consideration of item 11.2? Councillor M. Wilson, Councillor Wang. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. The vote is up. That carries unanimously. We're on to delegation requests. For 6.1, we have delegations respecting green building standards, item 11.1 for today's meeting. From David Carson, from Michelle Diplock, West End Home Builders Association, Lucia Iana Tuono, Climate Change Advisory Committee, Lana Goldberg from Stand.Earth, Gabrielle Kalapush from Clean Air Partnership, Don McLean, Evan Wiseman from the Atmospheric Fund, Ian Borsuk, Environment Hamilton, Marianne Peters, and Peter Appleton. And also delegations respecting green building standards site servicing, which is item 11.3 for today's meeting from Michelle Diplock, West End Home Builders Association. And finally, 6.3 is Candace Beef Davidson respecting rules at the Rail Trail Dog Park for the October 18th meeting. May I have a mover and seconder to approve those delegation requests? Councillor Pauls, Councillor Wang, any discussion? Seeing none, we will vote to approve them. And that carries 10-0. Thank you. That moves us along to delegations, and we're very fortunate to have a number of members from the community to delegate. If it's your first time, welcome. And before we begin, members of the committee are reminded that questions of the delegates are for clarification purposes only and not for debate. And then to our delegates, if you are here for the first time, you do have 5 minutes. At the 4-minute mark, you'll hear a ding, which is just a reminder. Keep going and try to wrap up at 5 minutes, and where you'll hear another ding. Okay, so we will get going, and first up is David Carson.
Good morning, Chair and councillors.
We'll just wait to get your mic on there. And these first delegations are for 7.1, respecting green building standards, item 11.2.
Okay, my presentation asks you to move much more quickly to reduce emissions from buildings. We know that if we're going to address climate change, we have to dramatically reduce emissions, and they should be the primary focus of the green building standards. There are 4 metrics in the standards that cover this requirement, but the reduction requirements are weak, almost non-existent as they stand. You need to make them much more ambitious if the city is going to have a chance of meeting its climate change goals. Time's running out, we need to act. We know globally we've already missed the 1.5 degree that the Paris climate talk set, and we're on track to be 2 degrees higher. And last week's Globe and Mail reported we'd just had Canada's worst, most destructive season on record owing to severe weather events. So I propose that we should be beginning with the end in mind on these standards. Here's what the City Recharge Hamilton, the Community Energy and Emissions Plan says, that residential and commercial emissions are the 2nd largest source of emissions, and that what we need is a comprehensive energy efficiency and fuel switching strategy retrofit program, which switches from natural gas to heat pumps. If the green building standards are to help to meet these goals, they have to encourage that switch from gas heating. The top of this slide is what is in the building standards. An examination of these draft standards does not require the switch. For single-family homes, it just requires meeting the current Energy Star 17.1 or R2000 standards. Neither of these standards specify emission levels. So we have no target reduction, and there's no date on them either. There's 2 issues here. First, Energy Star just assumes homes are better insulated, and that creates fewer emissions. That's correct, it does. But it doesn't do anything to require or encourage eliminating emissions from burning gas. And secondly, the caveat in the staff report that says the standards don't apply for projects with 10 or fewer units just seems to gut the standards from the outset. For multi-residential buildings, the proposed standards do at least begin on the right path by setting emission targets. The rightmost ones in this column here are the greenhouse gas per square metre. But we've evidence that shows that the target of 15 kilograms per square metre can still be met with gas furnaces. So we're not beginning with the end in mind. We know where we need to go, and there's no date by which this level must be set. What is needed is to set targets and timelines that require a reduction in emissions, driving homes and businesses away from burning fossil fuels. An example can be seen in the Toronto standard, where at level 3 by 2028, they're down to 5 kilograms per square metre, which is a level that can't be met if you're using gas furnaces, as opposed to the 15 kilograms per square metre in Hamilton's Green Building Standards draft. You've already discussed mandating cooling in certain situations, and one can be pretty sure that most new construction will have it. So why not require a technology that also provides heating in winter at essentially no extra capital cost? There's plenty of evidence to show that operating costs are similar, and without a gas hookup, there's a major saving in new infrastructure during development and perpetual monthly savings in fixed charges. Greater Montreal and New York State are 2 examples of jurisdictions that have already moved on this, and Hamilton can and should be a leader in Ontario on this. Switching to heat pumps in new construction is a low-cost, no-cost solution. Heat pumps meet both needs for heating and cooling, and given the city's building target, heat pumps could reduce residential emissions by over 20% by 2030. You can see my math here. The targets of the additional housing and the census households would result in a 21% reduction in GHG if we mandated heat pumps. We would not be adding to operating emissions by 2030 as we are otherwise. You know we have to move away from gas furnaces. If not now, when will we move on this? With the life of the equipment that each new gas furnace will present, the city will be adding emissions for 15 to 20 years. It's 5 years since the city declared a climate emergency and began discussing these standards, yet only now are they presented. And slowly, and on top of that, staff are recommending a 2-year pilot. This is not the time for pilots. This is the time to act, and act with urgency. So my recommendation is you set clear emission targets with dates that will eliminate gas heating in new builds, potentially align with Toronto's STEP targets, and adopt them in 2025 without a pilot. Something's not working. Well, I guess my presentation is telling me that I've finished. I have one more, if I could. I'll just leave you with one more thought. New homes are just the tip of the iceberg. The larger issue for the city, unlike the new home solution, is how to get the retrofit of existing homes started. If the average life of a gas furnace is around 15 to 20 years, you can expect about 5 or 6% to be replaced every year. So over the next 5 years, that's another 25 to 30% of reduction if you take action now on mandating heat pumps as the requirement for heating houses. You need, first of all, to seize the easy, no-cost part of the solution, which is for new builds, and then move on quickly with retrofits. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dave. We'll just pause to see if there are any questions from committee. Seeing none. Appreciate the time you took to come here and share that with us, Dave. Okay, next up is Michelle Diplock, West End Home Builders. Good morning, Michelle. You know the drill. We got the mic on and the floor is yours.
Good morning. I just wanted to flag, I did combine my delegations into one for both sets of standards, so I don't know if that's okay, but
So, clerk, do we need to separate
I don't
them?
need additional time. I just wanted to say I'm speaking to both items in one presentation.
Okay, make note of that. Thank you.
Okay. I can give the presentation twice. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Good morning, members of Planning Committee. My name is Michelle Diplock. I'm here on behalf of the West End Home Builders Association, and I am a registered professional planner. I'm here to speak to you today about the proposed green building standards and the proposed green standards and guidelines for site servicing. WHBA has appreciated being involved in the process thus far, and we look forward to continuing to engage with city staff on the implementation of both of these programs. We come to you as key city building partners, and with that aim, we engaged in this process with input from 25 of our planning, design, engineering, and building firms who are building the future of Hamilton to inform our commentary on both sets of standards and documents. On the building side, we had a particular emphasis on inviting commentary from builders with net zero, passive house, LEED certifications, and in-depth experience building energy-efficient product to enable the city to understand and come at this process from a capacity and education angle for how we move the city forward. On the low-impact development standards side, we engaged a number of our stormwater management engineering firms who do the technical work to support development. I'm going to use my delegation time today to speak briefly to both issues. One of the key questions that was raised is how these standards will and do intersect with each other. We understand that the green standards and guidelines for site servicing rests within the development approvals and engineering realm, and the green building standards rest within planning, but they need to be much more integrated. Right now, both documents followed a different track to implementation, and while we're pleased to see them here today on the committee agenda together, although as two separate items, they do need to be able to function together and with other city policies. For both documents, what we do not want to see is them being put on a shelf gathering dust. Both sets of guidelines are intended to be living documents as we work through implementation and technological change, and these guidelines will need to be flexible and change with adapting technologies. This leads to our organization's second concern, the implementation of green development standards through the city's zoning bylaw. The city's capacity to update and maintain the zoning bylaw at a rate of speed that the changing technology is adapting is likely impossible. Zoning is not a tool that is flexible nor adapts well to changing technology. As it relates to the green building standards, we do have concern about the scope creep of the guidelines encompassing things like urban agriculture and cultural heritage requirements. We would like to understand how this will affect amenity space and parkland dedication requirements for other city policies. As it relates to the green standards and guidelines for site servicing, these are deep technical engineering guidelines, and there will inevitably be challenges upon implementation. It will be critical for ongoing dialogue and adaptability to change as the industry and the city work together to learn and develop new practices and creative solutions as we go. Finally, I'd be remiss not to mention, there's absolutely a tension between sustainability and affordability. As they are built today, newly built homes are the most energy efficient homes in the city. And while yes, more can absolutely be done, we do need to be mindful of the disproportionate impact these policies have on new home buyers, mostly newcomers and young people, while existing older built homes prior to the year 2000 contribute significantly more emissions overall. This is a critical intergenerational equity piece that must be considered in the decision making. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you, Michelle. Just pause to see if there are any questions. Councillor McMeekin, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, Michelle. How you doing?
I'm okay.
Welcome. The green standards is a great idea, but as they say, the old phrase, the devil's in the details. I'm just wondering, as one who's had the privilege of serving provincially and having to deal with issues of development. Come on in, folks. If you're coming in, come in, please. No, it doesn't matter. Sorry, Michelle.
That's okay.
Is your group doing any work with the province with respect to the Ontario Building Code? And if so, could you share a little bit of that with us?
Sure. I'll begin as stating I'm not an expert in the Ontario Building Code. We do have an Ontario level of our organization that does exclusively work with the building code and the provincial government on kind of that next wave of updates to the building code. So we do a lot of work with the provincial government at that level, specifically looking at how to upskill the industry to be able to meet kind of our overall long-term targets. So that is definitely an area of focus for the broader organization. I know my CEO, Mike Collins-Williams, spent a long time at the Ontario level doing a lot of that work. It is not a focus of mine. I'm focused mostly on zoning, bylaws, policies, and documents at the local level.
But it would be fair to say, Michelle, that the Ontario Building Code is kind of the builder-developer Bible when it comes to, that outlines the guidelines, restrictions, requirements that going forward. The building code is what builders rely on and the standards need to be met in the building code. So if we're doing case to cause advocacy in terms of concern about green standards, you know, it makes sense to not only tackle it locally, but also provincially was the point I'm trying to make, and see if you concur with that.
Yes, I would say the city doesn't necessarily have the authority to influence, like on a individual scale at the local level, to influence the building code, and green development standards are kind of at the municipal level hampered by the fact that you're not allowed to go above the requirements of the building code. And that is for a pretty standard reason. The province wants the ability to have kind of one cohesive building code. They're working on nationalizing with the national building code and harmonizing that across the country so that those standards and for the safety of buildings are the same in every jurisdiction. So yes, and I would say it's not just the builders that rely on that, but also the city's chief building official and all of the building inspectors.
Yeah, thanks. My point I'm trying to get across is notwithstanding the creative and entrepreneurial and important keen and green initiatives we take, there's a broader responsibility in terms of making sure that that's reflected in the building code. Thank you, and say hi to Michael when you see him for me.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. We do have a couple other speakers. First, Councillor Danko, then Councillor A. Wilson.
Thank you, Chair, and I really appreciate the presentation from the home builders in my conversations with their organization. I'm very pleased that they are genuinely interested in improving green standards throughout the industry and have been a very positive and collaborative partner in these discussions. So I really do appreciate that. A couple things. So if we're looking forward, following Councillor McMeekin's questions, if we're looking forward to the political landscape in the next few years, we have a provincial government that is hostile to environmental standards and climate change initiatives. We're most likely going to have a federal government that is going to be completely hostile to climate change initiatives and environmental initiatives, which then leaves climate change initiatives to municipalities, where unfortunately we've been struggling with trying to find ways to implement climate change, as it falls to municipal governance. So my question in your presentation is, notwithstanding changes to the building code or the national building code, the incentives through the green building standards is really the only mechanism that municipalities have. So through you, Chair, to the delegate, what is the sense in the industry of why more environmentally friendly, more carbon neutral construction isn't already taking place? Is it lack of standards, or is it just lack of technical know-how? What is it exactly?
So through the chair, I think one of the things that we've been working on locally here is education of the building and development community. We do have some great examples of builders that are already building to net zero passive house or green building or not even green building standards, like the net zero standards. And so what we do in some of our education and training, working with the Ontario and the Canadian Home Builders Association, is kind of use those builders as examples that other builders can learn from to be able to adapt their technologies. One thing I will say, and I think a number of you were at the Bay Area Climate Change Council event with Jennifer Keesmaat, it is very expensive. And so what we've seen typically is the cost can either be subsidized through government funding, or it tends to be the higher end product that is the more sustainable. And so that is a challenge in terms of being able to deliver housing at an attainable price and being able to meet the climate change goals. And so that's where I think there is that thing where incentives are critical, but also look at what builders are already doing within this jurisdiction and see how can we get more builders to do that type of development.
Thank you. And one follow-up question, and you mentioned in your presentation, and you just mentioned the cost of construction, which is astronomical right now, and it is driving up housing prices, no question about it. But when you look at the life cycle cost of a net zero or a very efficient build, the life cycle costs are extremely favorable to the owner over the life cycle of that infrastructure. There's a 10 to 15% upfront premium, but then over the long run, homeowners save, a significant amount of money versus, just heating the outside. So my question through you through you, Chair, is there opportunities for partnerships between municipalities through green building standards and other approaches to better inform, advertise, promote that premium upfront costs in exchange for that long-term benefits to potential home buyers?
I think in general, there's a growing awareness of that. I think part of the challenge is that 10 to 15% is a huge upfront cost that a builder needs a buyer to be able to cover so they can get financing to be able to build the product. And so if we don't have any room in the market is tapped. You cannot go any higher in terms of what a cost per unit is. It can't get built, essentially. And so I think there's a growing awareness of that among new home buyers. Increasingly, builders are using their LEED certifications or CHP Net Zero or any of the other certification programs that they've done to advertise their product. And so there is a little bit of that happening. I think it is that initial cost hurdle that is the most challenging to address. And that might be something where incentives can help.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Danko. Councilor A. Wilson.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Just wondering if the delegate would be able to expand upon the intergenerational equity comment with respect to new builds versus existing builds. I'm not sure I understood the point that was being made, so just if you could repeat it or share it again.
Sure, yeah. So I just wanted to this is something we've been thinking about as it relates to all kind of charges on new development or additional kind of requirements. What ends up happening is, and we know from the research that the largest gap in terms of our emissions from buildings are existing homes. And so when you increase the cost to build new housing, the people that benefit the most are people in existing housing. And so their units are like not necessarily being retrofitted. There's no requirement for them to upgrade it. We're kind of trying to make every aspect of new development solve all of our kind of crises of today. And it's a broader issue than just those new residents or new units. And so I think that's where we need to really kind of think about what are we looking at for new development. So we look at kind of in Hamilton, we've got $100,000 about for development charges per unit, and then you layer on other costs and other costs. Meanwhile, the existing housing benefits from an existing housing shortage because those property values have significantly increased over the last 5 to 10 years. But the cost for new construction is increasing along that. So that's kind of where we're seeing a significant push of development out of the Hamilton area. We presented a report last week at the Ontario Professional Planners Conference that we shared with Council a couple of years ago now, or 1 year ago now, in terms of the most common age for people to move out of Hamilton is actually 0. And so that's where we're losing the next generation of talent in the Hamilton community.
No, thank you. I understand that in terms of the cost to development, so thank you. Maybe that's the clarity needed. I thought it was a comment in terms of the burden of the green building standards. And so the way I thought the comment was we can't go too far too fast with these because builders are already holding a disproportionate amount of the burden for reductions. There needs to be more effort put into retrofits, but it doesn't seem like that's the point that you are making. The point I'm hearing now is that the standards should be the same for everyone, or that there should be more focus put on retrofits as well, which is something I think lots of folks here agree with. It's just using the tools we have in our toolbox. No follow-up question. If that's a correct summary, then I don't have a further follow-up question. I was just really trying to understand that point.
I think so.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass the chair to Vice Chair M. Wilson. I just have one question. Speaking generally about standards or requirements, whatever it might be, from the development industry's point of view, I can make an assumption, but I just want to ask the question anyway. Is there a preference to have a longer-term view of requirements and what cities and building code and standards are going to expect versus short-term? Just think as we're contemplating, what we do with this recommendation today, just want to understand the development industry's preference on having a long-term view versus something much shorter.
So I think standardization and predictability as well as transition is really critical to enabling the standards to work as they're intended to. And so I think the short answer is we're looking for kind of that long-term arc of where you're headed, and so that we can plan and accommodate that as we're moving forward with construction.
Thank you. That's all the questions I had, so I'll take back the chair. There are no further speakers, so Michelle, thank you very much for being here. Always appreciate your input. Okay, next on our list, we had Lucia Ayana Tuono as a delegate, but she's actually on the agenda speaking 11.2A. So I think, clerk, if that's appropriate, she is prepared to speak to that, so doesn't need to speak here. So we can just keep going. There is an item on the agenda, Climate Change Advisory Committee. This is in committee report. Is that an opportunity to make a presentation there? It looks like there's a presentation there. If not, then we'll just do the delegation here. Yeah, I see that's on the agenda now. So is committee okay with that approach? Yes. Okay. Okay, so that's what we'll do. So Lucia will speak later on at that agenda item. So moving along then, we have Lana Goldberg from Stand.Earth, which is a virtual delegation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and hello, all committee members. My name is Lana Goldberg. I'm a climate campaigner with Stand.Earth, an environmental advocacy organization, and I work on our Safe Cities campaign. I'm joining you from Toronto, but we operate in both the US and Canada and have seen a growing momentum in local climate policies across the continent. In particular, in the context of weak provincial, state, and federal building codes, municipalities have been leading the way in decarbonizing the highly polluting building sector. In the US, approximately 100 municipalities have passed climate-friendly building policies for new buildings that pave the way for modern, clean technologies to replace fossil fuel heating systems. Here in Canada, municipalities are stepping up as well. In BC, about 30 municipalities have adopted the highest tiers of the BC Step Code, which require that new buildings use non-emitting heating systems by 2025. In Quebec, 85 municipalities have introduced bylaws essentially prohibiting new buildings from using natural gas for heating. In Ontario, 14 municipalities have adopted green development standards or equivalents that aim to reduce emissions in new builds. These have been introduced using the authority in the Planning Act, which gives municipalities the power to address environmental and climate issues at the local level. Toronto was the first to introduce a green development standard 14 years ago and has the most effective plan, currently consisting of 4 tiers, with higher tiers becoming mandatory in the coming years. By 2028, the greenhouse gas intensity limit will be low enough that most categories of new buildings will not be able to use polluting gas furnaces. 2 municipalities that introduced green development standards just this year also have robust plans. Mississauga has a 3-tier system, with Tier 3 becoming mandatory in 2030. At that point, the greenhouse gas intensity limits will be low enough to exclude natural gas heating systems in most building categories. Caledon recently introduced a pathway model with targets for greenhouse gas intensity limits for 2030 that would prevent the use of gas for heating for all building types. With additional municipalities planning to adopt green development standards and the federal government working to update national building codes next year to limit emissions in new builds, it is likely more and more municipalities in Ontario will introduce green development standards with vigorous greenhouse gas intensity limits, and that clean and modern heating equipment will become the norm in Ontario. Hamilton really ought to catch up. While it's very commendable that you are working on green development standards, the current draft is not stringent enough to be effective in addressing building emissions, which currently account for over 30% of community pollution. With the current high greenhouse gas intensity limits, new buildings will be able to use highly polluting natural gas for heating. This will lead to an increase in the city's building emissions. The current green building standards draft also doesn't include greenhouse gas intensity limits for low-rise residential buildings, which is concerning given that Hamilton is planning to build 50,000 new homes by 2031, many many of which will be low rise. Again, if these homes are built with gas furnaces, community level emissions will rise. And finally, the current buildings plan only sets out mandatory performance requirements for the first tier. The lack of a plan for future mandatory tiers will fail to send a clear signal to builders that they need to start adopting newer and cleaner technologies going forward. Using fossil fuels is an antiquated way to heat buildings. We have more modern technologies available, like electric heat pumps. In addition to being lower carbon, heat pumps also offer lower monthly energy bills for residents, double as cooling devices in the summer, and provide air filtration. Having homes come equipped with heat pumps from the start means that residents won't have to organize and pay for retrofits in the near future. Recent studies show that constructing climate-friendly homes costs the same or less than building fossil fuel-dependent homes, with costs set to decrease further as these approaches become more common. Environmentally friendly homes are the future. With all of the effort the city and its staff are putting into developing your green building standard, it would make sense to get it right from the start, ensuring it prevents an increase in the city's emissions and making life a little more affordable and comfortable for your residents. We hope you will take the time to improve the building standards and pave the way to a healthy and sustainable city. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lana. We do have one speaker, Councillor Wang, followed by Councillor M. Wilson.
Thank you for your delegation. Through you, Chair, just wanted to ask a clarifying question, because you made a comment in your delegation about how recent studies have shown that building green or buildings were cheaper to build. And then you also see the cost savings, but then we heard from a previous delegation that they're more expensive. So I'm just trying to clarify that. Could you just go back on that particular point and just give us a little more information?
Yes, of course. We've seen studies that show that the cost to construct buildings in a green manner using heat pumps or district heating geothermal can be, equivalent to building fossil fuel buildings, or even cheaper. And I have a briefing note that I've sent to the clerks so that they can send them around to all members, and you can see the sources for each of these. And we have about 3 studies linked in this document that you can examine.
Okay, thank you. And the clerk is just handing that out right now. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor M. Wilson, go ahead.
Asked and answered. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Just do a quick check to see if there are any other speakers. Not seeing any. Thank you very much, Lana. I appreciate the time you took to delegate today. And our next delegation, I inadvertently skipped over. It's Jesse Elders from the Bay Area Climate Change Council, and that is in person. Welcome, Jesse, and my apologies.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Jesse Elders here on behalf of the Bay Area Climate Change Council, otherwise known as BAC. BAC is a collective of organizations ranging from Hamilton's heavy industry and largest employers to grassroots environmental organizations. The breadth of our membership is important. We work hard to achieve consensus on pathways towards net zero from a broad range of sectors across our community. This isn't always easy, as you can appreciate. So when we are here, it's an important signal that we've succeeded in reaching agreement across a broad range of our community. So I'll start with this, just in case it's not clear from the general consensus in the room. BAC wholeheartedly supports the creation of ambitious and mandatory green building standards. These standards are a really important tool for our community to achieve its net zero goals and enhance the resiliency of our built infrastructure. As I expect you'll hear frequently today, Hamilton is behind by not having standards already in place. Toronto has had a mandatory green standard for almost 15 years. Our neighboring municipalities of Caledon, Mississauga, and Whitby also have mandatory standards. In short, green building standards are a widely accepted tool and broadly considered to be best practice as municipalities work toward their net zero and broader sustainability goals. And I don't think there's much debate about that within our community. We're going in the right direction. BAC is an organization focused on helping the Hamilton and Burlington regions achieve net zero by 2050. This means that we pay greatest attention to opportunities for and pathways to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. In the context of the Green Building Standard, which is a technical standard, the sections that deal with energy efficiency, carbon emissions, and embodied carbon across building archetypes tends to be our primary focus. It's not to say those are the only sections that are relevant for reducing carbon emissions in the Green Building Standards, but they are some of the key ones when it comes to reducing carbon emissions. With respect to those sections, we're very happy to see that the Green Building Standard includes mandatory energy efficiency and operational carbon emission limits for many building archetypes, as well as requirements for embodied carbon. BAC does have concerns about the absence of a clear pathway to net zero emissions in our buildings. One of the great benefits of a mandatory multi-tiered system, like the Toronto Green Standard, is that new buildings are required to adhere to increasingly more stringent limits over a predictable time period. And these limits are mapped out in advance. This has two benefits. First, it provides clarity and predictability to the development, commercial, and industrial communities about what's coming so that they can prepare. And second, it ensures that we have a clear pathway for buildings to achieve net zero, which is essential if we are to reach our region's climate goals. Hamilton's proposed standards do not currently offer that clear pathway. We'd like to see Hamilton move to a system more like the Toronto Green Standard, which has 4 tiers in the energy and carbon section, which ultimately achieve net zero over time. There should also be clear communication to the community about the timeframes within which we will advance from one tier to the next to enable adequate preparation. We hope that this shortcoming is addressed either before these standards are passed or as a critical element, basically that work begins immediately to prepare a version 2 of the Green Building Standard to be released within a timeframe that ensures our standards advance in concert with our neighboring municipalities. Looking forward, I will say that BAC hopes to be a strong community partner as we advance and iterate on the Green Building Standards over time. We have composed a working group that will begin to meet in October, and this working group will be comprised of those with expertise in green building standards, as well as those who will be affected by them from across the development, commercial, and industrial sectors. And this working group will be looking at how to ensure that we are achieving the best available practices in the market as we advance green building standards across our region. So for us, that's really what does it look like to advance green building standards in Burlington. But as part of our work, we'll also be looking at the question of how to effectively implement green building standards, issues like incentives for compliance with higher tiers. And we're hopeful that that work will be of assistance to the city and staff in the next stages of work on the green building standard. So in conclusion, we strongly support the city as it advances mandatory green building standards. However, those standards must be aligned with net zero to be effective in meeting our climate goals, which is a shortcoming in the draft before you. Thank you. And my apologies for my short breath this morning.
It's okay, Jesse. Thank you very much for being here. We do have a speakers list. First, Councillor M. Wilson, then Councillor Wang.
Thank you very much, Jesse. I had put my hand up to the chair for a question, and I think you answered it fully as your delegation unfolded. I would like to center in on the narrative of one of the things I really appreciate about BAC is the almost the transparency in viewing often the tension that come with these discussions about climate mitigation and abatement. Often in the absence of revealing that tension, we don't get a better understanding, a truthful understanding. So I'm wondering if we've heard about intergenerational equity, that we would be having young home buyers bearing the cost and not existing residents assuming those costs, and therefore the costs would be transferred to that. We've heard about, we always hear a subtle message about competitiveness. And I'm wondering if you could share with us how BAC kind of landed where they did in working out these tensions.
So it's an excellent question. Obviously, it's essential that we advance policies that both advance solutions to the climate crises and the affordability crises at the same time. The good news is that green building standards, they encourage the creation of better buildings. And in particular, I think this has been brought up before, they encourage the creation of energy efficient buildings, which clearly reduce the costs of operation over time. So in the lifespan of the building, an owner would pay less to keep up the building through its lifespan. So that's a really important component of affordability. The other thing is that we know that building well from the beginning avoids costly retrofits down the road, which I think is inevitable for our building stock that doesn't achieve a certain energy efficiency standard or greenhouse gas emissions limit standard. Those can be slightly different, but we can expect retrofits for buildings that don't achieve that. And the last thing is that buildings built well are more resilient. We know that our climate is changing, and it's important, and the green building standards touch on this, it's important that we have built infrastructure that can meet the challenges we'll face as our weather changes over time. And repairs after a severe weather event can also be quite costly. So I think that question of affordability is complex because you have all of these moving parts. But in short, I think that green building standards doesn't mean you have to choose between affordability and climate. They enable us to move forward on both issues at the same time.
Thanks very much for that. When you were talking about the repairs that come after a severe weather event, I was thinking, I think it was last year, or maybe 2 years ago, of an event in Barrie, Ontario, where it was very clear about the real immediate costs of those homeowners being bought by maybe houses that weren't diligent in that regard. How do I say that carefully? Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I actually missed, there was one more piece to that question, if it's okay. I realize I should have. The other piece was about consistency. And I actually think that is an important focus for BAC, ensuring consistency across our region. So we're working on green building standards that would be consistent within the Hamilton-Burlington Bay Area. But I also think it is important to be looking at our peer municipalities, like Toronto, like Caledon, like Mississauga. These are close neighbors, and so I think it's important that our standards align with theirs as we have development across the whole GTHA, and also that we're ensuring we're complying with the best market practices across the region. And like I say, we're seeing these municipalities advance beyond where we are. So it's important to keep our eye on what's happening close by.
Thank you. Councillor Wang.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I'm thankful for that last comment about consistency. And so this is where I'm just trying to figure it out in my brain. As you know, we are looking at this today for the very sort of first time-ish, right, politically or publicly. Other municipalities like Toronto are on like version 4. So I'm cognizant that it goes, like we're at a 0 point today, and the expectation is to get us to a 4, where we haven't gone to a 1, 2, or 3. I'm also cognizant that the market in Toronto is vastly different than the market here in Hamilton. I also have heard from our home builders that housing starts are down, sales are down, and the cost to build is up. So these are the things that I'm struggling with, because as much as I absolutely agree that we ought to be holding ourselves to a higher standard, I also recognize that sometimes it's hard to get from a 0 to a 4. So how can you help me understand this a little bit better?
Sure. So through the chair, I think there's one thing that's important is actually Hamilton's draft standard in the sections we're really focused on, which is about energy efficiency and carbon emissions. actually do start at the same level as Toronto's standard, for example, at Tier 1. So we're going there already, which is good, because actually we want to be aligned with what developers are doing within the region more broadly. So we're not going actually from 1, 2, 3. We are starting at 4, and that's a positive thing. What we're not doing is going beyond 4 in tandem with the plans in the broader region. So that was BAC's main piece of feedback is, in addition to starting at version 4, we need to continue on past that, which other municipalities have already signaled they're doing. The question about, and this is really, it's really not for me to answer, but I actually don't think there is a concern about where we're starting. I haven't heard that there's a concern within the community about starting at version 4 of Toronto's Green Standard when it comes to the mandatory tiers. I think, I generally think that's an area where we have a fairly broad agreement that is something achievable.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Second question then through you, Chair, is that I think the question comes back to implementation and to how we actually incentivize, because as much as we can put this as the vision out there, it has to pass actual muster, and it actually has to get at some point done, shovels in the ground and that sort of thing. So in BAC's sort of consultation with this, how were there any conversation, like did you give any feedback on their potential, like what a potential implementation plan might look like, or what does, like, especially as you are that sort of intersection between all of those other municipalities, perhaps there's an opportunity to look at what is best practice in terms of implementation or in terms of how we structure incentives.
Yeah, thank you. I'm very grateful for that question. We, through the chair, that's actually, we have not commented yet on implementation. That's something we're striking this working group, and we're really hopeful that will work in tandem with city staff's work on implementation so that we're able to provide that real-time feedback. Because you're right, incentives and how to effectively implement something like the Green Building Standard is a really critical part of the question. How do we support the community in achieving compliance with higher tiers, for example? How do we ensure that these standards are used and understood and easy to access? So those are all really important questions, and our hope is that our working group, starting to meet here in October, will help with community feedback on that piece.
Thank you. Those are all my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Pauls has a question.
Thank you. Just a couple of things. First of all, in October, you said you're going to have community groups. You're going to start. Do you involve the developers and the builders, everybody, their input as well?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Through the chair, we do have representation from the development industry as well as the heavy industry in this, because the standards will apply across the board, but residential developers as well as commercial and industrial developments. So we've made sure that there's representation from all groups at the table.
And thank you for that. You also mentioned that in Toronto, they're in Tier 4, and it's been 15 years. Have they seen a dramatic carbon emission reduction in the 15 years? We know Toronto prices and housing are unaffordable here, and the houses here are unaffordable as well. Have they seen a dramatic emission reduction?
Yes. So through the chair, thank you for the question. The one thing is Toronto's had a mandatory standard since 2010, but only recently did it become version 4. So they have moved through a series of versions over time with increasingly more stringent standards as the years pass. I don't have the stats in front of me now in terms of, in the Toronto context about carbon reduction as a direct result of the Toronto Green Standard, but you have heard earlier today, and we do know that the emissions limits that we are planning to see in Toronto, that Toronto has put out and that we will see as they move through their tiers, will mandate fuel switching. And that is the biggest reason that the standard can reduce greenhouse gas emissions, because it will be impossible to comply with the efficiency limits set without making some big changes to how a building is heated. So I just will say that we are seeing Toronto's progression. Sometimes I'm not sure looking back it won't always be a good predictor of the emissions reduction potential of the standard as we look forward.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I don't see any further speakers. Thank you very much for your delegation, Jesse. Very helpful. Our next delegate is Gabriella Kalapush from Clean Air Partnership, and it's in person. We'll just get your microphone on. All right.
Hi there, and good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for allowing me the time to speak to you on the green standards in Hamilton. My name's Gabriella Kalapush. I'm the executive director at an environmental organization called the Clean Air Partnership. We're an organization whose modus operandi is to work with municipalities to advance the ambition and implementation of climate actions. We've been working at the Clean Air Partnership on green standards since 2010, when Toronto passed their green standard. And as a Hamilton resident and at the Clean Air Partnership, it really makes me proud that to have Hamilton coming into the fray and the team working and advancing green development standards really makes me proud. Thank you for that. And I really regret having to do this but, because everybody always says that whenever you put a but in your conversation, it always kind of negates what you just said previously, and I don't want it to do that. The but is really about how Hamilton can play a leadership role in advancing its green development standard and helping to move its green development standard not to where the puck used to be, which I have to say, I apologize for saying this, but at present, the metrics proposed in Hamilton's green standard is pretty much moving to where the puck used to be. We've been working at the Clean Air Partnership with municipalities to identify what is the leading practice, where is the market at with regards to green development standards and what the sector can achieve cost-effectively to move into lower emission buildings. It's really important for us to move into lower emission buildings because we want to avoid future retrofit costs. And if we can address it in our new developments, where can we address it? It's the most cost-effective time to make these improvements is at the time of construction. The one thing we've learned from the BC STEP code, and the BC, they have a building code that sets out an energy and emissions framework that all municipalities can opt into to drive the market through higher tiers. That is what municipalities have been asking for in Ontario for well over 5 years. I really wish we had an Ontario STEP code that would then kind of create this kind of stepped approach, but considering that we don't have that kind of leadership at the provincial level, and I will also say that we haven't had any energy efficiency improvements in our Ontario Building Code in about a decade. So green standards are really, really important to ensuring continued progress for the new build sector and ensuring Ontario's moving to where we need to be in our new construction and avoiding lock-in of stranded assets of fossil fuel infrastructure, in particular to new developments, and also driving the market forward in terms of bringing the capacity within our region to meet the new lower emission standards that we absolutely need to go towards. So the first thing that I wanted to kind of make a recommendation on improvements to the metrics in the green development standards as they're presently proposed. Bringing energy and emissions metrics together in the low-rise sector is really, really important. At present, the Green Development Standard proposed for Hamilton doesn't bring emissions metrics into its low-rise development. This is a really big weakness in the proposed green development metrics as they now stand. There's huge opportunities, and the market has grown enormously on advancing low emissions in low-rise developments. developments with regards to heat pumps, hybrid systems, if they must start there, but eventually kind of moving towards the cold climate air source heat pump or geo-exchange so that we can remove fossil fuels from new infrastructure. And I wanted to kind of highlight this is about the affordability aspects. It is true that we have an energy system that hands developers fossil fuel infrastructure with no cost to them. We need to kind of challenge that system in order to support the changes that we need to move towards in order to create a smoother system for developers to opt into that provides low emission outcomes. The other section I wanted to also mention is that right now, even with, we ignore the kind of, or like go move on from the low-rise sector to the high-rise sector, the emission standards as they're proposed in the Hamilton Green Standard is presently where Toronto is at. But if Hamilton adopts this Green Development Standard metric as is, in 2025, Toronto will be moving to their next tier and Hamilton will be behind again until Hamilton updates its Green Development Standard. It really makes sense to for Hamilton to skate to where the puck is going. And this is something that is a huge leadership opportunity for Hamilton in advancing Green Development Standard outcomes across, not just within Hamilton, but across the whole Ontario region. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriella, and thank you for the hockey metaphor. Appreciate it. Just taking a look around and see if there are any speakers. Seeing none, appreciate the time to
Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, next on our list is a virtual delegation from Don McLean. Is Don there? If he's not, we'll check in. We'll keep going and check in at the end. And we will move on to Evan Wiseman, the Atmospheric Fund, which is a virtual delegation. Evan, are you there?
Hi, councillors. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great.
Go ahead.
So first of all, thank you so much for allowing me to speak today on Hamilton's Green Development Standards. My name is Evan Wiseman. I'm the Senior Climate Policy Manager at the Atmospheric Fund, or TAF. TAF is a regional climate agency based in the Greater Toronto Hamilton area supporting a net zero future. TAF is pleased to see Hamilton moving forward with its proposed Green Development Standards. And I'd like to begin by acknowledging the very thorough and inclusive community and stakeholder engagement practice led by staff. Staff was responsive to the feedback they received. And TAF has engaged with staff over the years on the GDS development. And this standard is exceptional and brings Hamilton in line with your neighbors. I've been involved with many green development standards over the years, but I can say that Hamilton staff have risen the bar for many municipalities to follow. The proposed update will ensure future buildings in the city are designed with sustainable best practices in mind, supporting healthier, higher quality, lower carbon homes and businesses with lower energy bills. The program follows priority actions laid out from Hamilton's 2019 Climate Crisis Declaration and Hamilton's 2022 Climate Action Strategy, and will support the city in achieving its goal of net zero by 2050. The building sector in Hamilton was responsible for 32% of emissions in Hamilton in 2022. There's simply no pathway forward for Hamilton to achieve its climate goals without a strong green development standard to begin the transition of new construction towards net zero ready. And the first step to solving a problem is to stop making the problem bigger. And as such, it's really encouraging to see the robust requirements for energy targets, 100% ready to equip EV parking spaces, and the embodied carbon benchmarkings. These elements will make sure that new homes in Hamilton new homes in Hamilton create a community that is the envy of other 905 municipalities, and will bring Hamilton in line with, as has been said by others, Toronto, Mississauga, Caledon, Brampton, Pickering, Ajax, Whitby, and other GTHA municipalities. This GDS is a critical step forward in Hamilton's journey to a net zero future. Lastly, in order to ensure new buildings in Hamilton are net zero ready by 2030, we recommend setting a clear schedule for green development standards updates to provide certainty and to achieve harmony with other municipalities in the GTA. This is a common practice in green development standards in other communities. In conclusion, TAF is supportive of Hamilton's proposed GDS, and we suggest you approve it with a commitment to scheduling the updates for 2027 and 2030 to move to the higher tiers. We applaud City of Hamilton staff and council for their hard work and leadership in advancing green development standards to address new building developments, and look forward to collaborating with staff on its implementation in the coming years. There was also a conversation earlier about existing buildings. I just wanted to note that there are other tools in the policy toolbox to address emissions from existing buildings, such as emission performance standards that Toronto is currently pursuing. But that green development standards are focused largely on new developments. And as I said, stop making the problem bigger to begin with, so that you have to address it through other mechanisms later. Otherwise, that's my deputation. Happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you, Evan. I'll do a pause here to see if there are any speakers. Seeing none, thank you for your presentation. And I see that Don McLean has joined us. So Don, welcome. You can go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Kassar. And my apologies for getting in here a little bit late. I want to echo much of what you've heard already in terms of the need for the green development standards to meet emission standards that will actually lead to reduced emissions in the new buildings area. I'm aware that the council has made a commitment to get to net zero emissions by 2050. And my expectation is that all the new buildings that are being constructed now and into the future will be here still in 2050. So I don't quite understand why the building standards that are being proposed don't plan to have to meet net zero, but instead seem to plan to have to retrofit them. And I note that other communities actually have more ambitious standards. Toronto's commitment for net zero is 2040. So I'm looking around. I've been watching with deep concern the Helene hurricane that recently landed in the United States. It is a Category 4 hurricane, and it is one of 8 that have occurred in the past 8 years. And that's as many Category 4 and 5 landfalls that have occurred in the last 57 years before that. So we're very much facing a climate crisis. It's very much in our face. The same day that Helene slammed into the Gulf, there was another hurricane that crashed into Mexico, dropping 40 inches of rain and causing deadly and devastating floods. And there is, in the same afternoon, or yesterday afternoon, 148 people dead in Nepal and many missing in the Kathmandu Valley. In the past month, this month of September, and we're into October now, we've seen massive flooding in Turkey, the Philippines, Saudi Arabia, Spain, Marseilles, Milan, India, Wales, Guatemala, Morocco, Algeria, Vietnam, Croatia, Nigeria, Thailand, Greece, Romania, Poland, the Czech Republic, Austria, and the Danube has hit new heights across Central Europe. So this is happening everywhere, and it is definitely going to be happening here in Hamilton as well. And as you are aware, in this climate crisis that we are enduring and seeing intensified, municipalities are always the ones who end up picking up the bill. So we need to do whatever we can to reduce the crisis itself, to minimize its impacts, and to ensure that we have buildings that are able to withstand the kinds of crises that we're facing. And lots of the green building standard that is in front of you addresses those issues of being resilient. But as other speakers have pointed out, it doesn't address actually getting off fossil fuels. And if we don't get off fossil fuels, then this crisis is just going to get worse and worse. And the fossil fuel that we're particularly concerned about in buildings is something called natural gas, which is actually methane. And the science coming in now is that methane is likely worse in terms of climate impacts than coal. So emission standards that are it can be set by municipalities and have been done in other places, can require that new buildings don't use natural gas for heating. That they move to the more efficient and more sustainable and actually cheaper in the long run heat pumps as an option. This isn't new technology. We're not coming up with something that has to be suddenly explored and figured out and what. Indwell, for example, has been doing this since 2016 here in Hamilton. So a failure to act now will increase our costs in the future. The retrofitting of buildings is going to be a challenge. The existing buildings, an expensive challenge, and somebody's going to pay for it. And it's either our residents or the municipal council, municipal government through its taxes. So we need to minimize those costs, and this is the time to do it. We've got a possibility to prevent more buildings having to be retrofitted by simply legislating at this point, as soon as we can, standards that will make it impossible for new buildings to meet the standards and impose more fossil fuel dependence on us. We've got to get away from that, and this is our opportunity to do it. So I'm very pleased to see the list of speakers today. I think they've all had the same thing to say, and we're in a crisis. We need to do as much as we can to address that, and we need to look at this from the perspective also that we're the victims at the bottom end. I know that we have spent millions of dollars already on climate impacts that have occurred in Hamilton, retrofitting and reviving our trails, our escarpment crossings. The senior levels of government don't seem to be stepping up to help with those things. So these impacts are on our backs. And in that situation, as municipalities, we need to do whatever we can to reduce the climate crisis and prepare as adequately as we can. I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Don. Pause to see if there are any speakers. Seeing none, appreciate your time today, Don. Moving along, our next delegate is Ian Borsuk from Environment Hamilton, which is also a virtual delegation.
Hello, committee. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead, Ian.
Great. Thank you so much, committee, for accepting my delegation. For those who aren't familiar with me, who may be watching from home, I'm Ian Borsuk. I'm the Executive Director at Environment Hamilton. And I would like to first start my delegation by saying I absolutely appreciate and support what previous speakers have been speaking to as a member of the Bay Area Climate Change Council. Absolutely appreciate the feedback that Jesse Elders brought forward. Gabby brought forward some very solid feedback for your consideration as well as Lana from Stand Earth. I have thrown out my delegation that I had planned because they all said things that I wanted to say myself. And I want to take a step back and use this time to talk about the fact that what we're talking about today, that has been laid out by the other delegates, is climate action. And if we aren't taking the bold, ambitious steps that are being recommended that improve upon what staff are bringing forward to you right now, we are doing what is called climate delay. Climate delayism is a form of climate denialism. By saying that we cannot make action today to reduce the impacts of climate change, to reduce the costs of climate change on future generations and future residents, we are burdening them in the future. Yes, home prices for future buyers is absolutely a concern, but a larger existential crisis is threatening us as a city and as a global civilization. It is absolutely vital when these important moments come up for you as legislators to make bold decisions that can actually impact climate change going forward. Delaying a decision by 2 years, going with a pilot, not doing the best practice that other municipalities have already taken up is a form of climate delayism. You need to take the steps that are being recommended to us right now that have already been taken by other municipalities. Yes, it's absolutely possible for the city of Hamilton to show leadership on this, but that is on you as the councillors today to work with staff, to take the feedback that you have already heard and you will be hearing from a future presentation from the Climate Change Advisory Committee, to ensure that what the city of Hamilton moves forward with are green development standards that ensure that we don't make the problem worse into the future. Absolutely. The tangible material effects that we're all experiencing with the housing crisis, with everything else that's going on in our society is a concern. But you have an opportunity right now to make a decision that will be remembered and reflected upon for generations to come. This is not just one decision that you are making that can be flippantly decided upon elsewhere. In 2 years, there is going to be a much worse crisis for us, and the need to catch up is going to be even greater. It's absolutely vital that we take the adequate steps today to ensure that we aren't making up for lost time in the future. Thank you so much for your time, and I look forward to the future presentation from Lucia on behalf of the Climate Change Advisory Committee.
Thank you, Ian. Just checking to see if there's any speakers. I see none, so thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, committee.
Okay, I'll just do a quick check-in on where we are. We have 2 pre-recorded delegations, but then Delegate Lucia actually would prefer to present during this section now just due to time constraints, so we'll add that on to the end. So we'll go now to 2 pre-recorded presentations, first from Marianne Peters, then Peter Appleton. Yeah, we're just getting that queued up. Thanks for your patience, everybody.
Hello, Planning Committee. This is a short video to delegate regarding the green building standards. My name is Marianne Peters, and I live in Dundas. And I strongly believe that Hamilton's proposed green building standards should be far more ambitious when it comes to reducing greenhouse gas emissions. The standards should require that the emissions coming from new buildings are extremely limited, so that it requires builders to look for alternative ways of providing heating and cooling that do not emit greenhouse gases. We need to substantially reduce greenhouse gases, and new building is a good way to do that. There are alternatives such as heat pumps. Heat pumps are fabulous technology. I've had a heat pump in my home for 18 years. It has been cheap, it has been reliable, it has been clean. We do not have to worry about carbon monoxide, and super reliable, no maintenance costs whatsoever. So the advantage of heat pumps is that they provide both heating and cooling with a warming climate is not a luxury, really. It is a necessity to keep especially multifamily buildings at a livable temperature. And it's also an equity issue because heat pumps, the energy bills are lower. So if that is required in new buildings, then tenants and low-income folks will have to pay less for heating and cooling, which will be a good thing. So let's make sure that new building, that we're starting off on the right foot and bake in the ways of reducing greenhouse gas emissions right from our green building standards. There's no reason not to do that. We don't need to install natural gas lines. Heat pumps are a proven technology and make it possible for new building to have substantially lower greenhouse gas emissions. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope you have a great discussion and make a good decision that sets us on the right path in this city.
Okay, thank you to Marianne for that. And we'll now queue up a video from Peter Appleton.
Hello, my name is Peter Appleton, and very happy to address everybody here today on the council. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your dedication. And at this planning meeting, we are having a discussion regarding the green building standards and how Hamilton will become a leader in this area. Maintaining, pushing, and advocating for the highest level of green building standards will only help Hamilton become a more vibrant and prosperous area. We all know that the entire world is watching the greenhouse gases, the CO2 emissions, the latest hurricane that has broken all kinds of records in terms of intensity and frequency. We need to maintain the highest level of policy when it comes to green building standards. And this is a way to differentiate ourselves and attract new business, to attract lower tax benefits from both municipal, provincial, and federal, also to bring the type of people to this wonderful city of ours that are looking for a long-term sustainable future. We're also at the precipice of being able to open up ourselves to larger development options in our brown spaces, in our urban boundary that meet these green standards. There's significantly much more out there than just LEED certified. And we can do this and work with the existing developers we have to make sure we keep that urban boundary nice and tight where it is, keep that farmland where it is, keep our biodiversity where it is, keep the flora and fauna, make sure our natural heritage is taken care of, and at the same time, become a leader. What would be a better thing than the Hamilton Steel Town to become the leader in green building standards for medium-sized large cities across all of Canada? We would be able to showcase this and become a massive, massive push towards this. I want to quite simply say that I know we have this amazing council here. I know we've got great, great people that have responded to many, many others, including myself, saying that they are in support of this, that they are looking forward to making sure that we have the right type of growth and development here. Because quick Amazon warehouses is not going to differentiate ourselves. It's not going to get us the type of tax base that we want. We need to have long-term sustainable growth. And I look forward to seeing this passed through the council with the highest possible standards as soon as possible. I'm a registered conservation biologist and environmental engineer, and happy to talk with you at any point and help in any ways going forward. All the best.
Okay, thank you to Peter for that presentation. So our final delegation, as was referred to earlier, is going to be Lucia Ayanatuono on behalf of the Climate Change Advisory Committee. Good morning. Just make sure your presentation is set up. Yeah, we'll just wait till Sal gets your microphone on.
Okay, perfect. Can I request an additional 5 minutes? Apologies for moving around in the agenda a little bit, but I do need to get back to work today. So I'd prefer to present now.
Okay, look to mover and seconder, moved by Councillor A. Wilson, seconded by Councillor M. Wilson. We'll need to vote on that, so just hold on there for a second, Lucia. The vote is up for an additional 5 minutes. No. Okay, that carries unanimously. The floor is yours.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much, members of Planning Committee, for hearing this presentation today. My name is Lucia, and I'm here on behalf of the city's Climate Change Advisory Committee, and presenting why, in our view, this is a really pivotal opportunity to take action and involve this committee into green building standards development. I wanted to start with a brief introduction saying that before we present these recommendations, our committee would like to acknowledge that a great deal of effort has gone into this process so far. As many of the speakers have said today, we appreciate the staff work that has gotten us to this point today where these standards are being presented. We would also like to highlight that our forthcoming recommendations being presented is with the goal of positively collaborating with city staff to address these gaps existing today and to make sure that this collaboration and consultation with the city's own advisory committee becomes a routine part of important climate policy development here at the city. So just to highlight from the report, I know that you've probably received a copy in advance, but just wanted to go over the key recommendations. The first of which is that we were hoping to see a bit of a delay in this process. I'll outline the timeline later, but our committee's really just gotten rolling, and based on that, we wanted to allow for our committee to actually work directly with planning staff instead of, sort of sending things through our staff liaisons, to actually come together and talk as representative stakeholders about addressing some of the gaps that we've outlined in the following slide. So we want to collaborate to address these three key concerns. As you've heard from a lot of delegates this morning, it's really focusing in on the emissions piece of the green building standards, because that is the part of the green building standards that is sort of the weakest, and that we would most like to see changed prior to setting these metrics in stone for the next few years. So the draft standards as they currently exist do not clearly outline a framework. We've heard that from folks earlier today, that a long-term framework is pretty standard in what other cities do. Even in early revisions of other cities' green development standards, here we're calling them green building standards in Hamilton, they take a longer-term outlook because it takes a long time to build things and all the stakeholders need certainty. The draft standards do not outline emissions limits that are sufficient to require new buildings to transition to efficient low emissions technology now or in the future. And that is because, as you've heard from many delegates today, the limits, the greenhouse gas intensity limits that are currently outlined in the plan, they're only outlined with a mandatory tier and then an optional tier. The intent is that these would be in place for some pilot, and the values that are used for this pilot framework are not sufficient to actually motivate any significant transition. And because that framework piece in point I is missing, we actually don't even have a clear vision into the future, right, in terms of what that ramp into this transition would look like for anyone in the community to look at. And finally, these standards do not align with Hamilton's climate action strategy to achieve net zero by 2050, and instead allow for significant fossil fuel lock-in to occur. And I'll be talking a little bit more about this later, but you've heard this as well this morning from delegates. So point A, why am I here today? Why are we presenting this today? Why didn't this happen earlier? It's because of this timeline. So, the staff direction for this investigation began way back at the end of 2019 to be work undertaken in 2020. The consultant report was returned. It's dated June 24th, 2021. I can find references to public and stakeholder consultation running from April 2021 through to April of 2024. And between that time frame and the meeting today, we've had Hamilton's Climate Action Strategy, which was adopted in 2022. The Office of Climate Change Initiatives, which was established in 2023, and most pertinently to the committee that I'm representing, we had our first meeting on April 30th of 2024. We didn't really get our working groups established and a rhythm and everything under us for the first couple meetings. The comment period had essentially closed on public input by the time that we actually got up and running. I did my interview for this committee in July of 2023, so there was a big lag in this process, and I understand there's a variety of reasons, including the cyber incident, why this happened, but ideally this is an unprecedented situation. Going forward, we do intend to be involved much earlier in the process of developing these sorts of policies. So I've put together a a visual representation of some of the like what the scenarios we are looking at would look like. It's an approximation of the 3 general choices that are available to us based on the SEEP data available in Hamilton's Climate Action Strategy. So what we're looking at in BAP, businesses plans, that's the assumption that we would see building emissions track with the number of housing units going up as our population increases. That's the do-nothing scenario. It could potentially also be the do-something scenario if that something is wholly insufficient to get rid of natural gas heating. We have a scenario for strong green building standards. And that scenario shows that, yes, we've already lost time to date because our baseline was 2016, and we're looking at implementing these in 2025. But from that point, we can expect 2 really good things. One of which is that we're not making the problem worse. New buildings coming online are not continuing to dig us a hole. And the second thing that's really good is that building stocks get replaced naturally over time. There is a rate of replacement. Buildings last, somewhere in the ballpark of, 100, maybe 120 years. And then they tend to be brought down and replaced with new buildings, many of which would be covered by green building standards at a municipal level, because we're seeing infill development within cities. It tends to be more than 10 units, multi-unit residential buildings. And even in the case of Hamilton, which unlike Toronto does have expansion greenfield lands, even some of which within our urban boundary, those tend to be developed in subdivisions, which means that they also have site plan approvals. So we would actually catch the vast majority of the new units that we expect within these measures. Going after small developers that are just redeveloping one house into a new house, that is not the focus of these standards. It's not to target that. It's to talk about these bigger picture things. So the nice thing about having the point of intervention be at the point of replacement is that it saves the city money. We cannot afford to do the next option that I'm going to highlight. It's an option, but realistically, we're not going to do it because we can't afford to do it. At the time that your building crews are already there, your tradespeople are already there, the new electrical hookups are already going in, that is the time. You haven't bought a gas furnace yet. You haven't bought an AC yet. That is the time to buy one appliance. One heat pump goes into your building. All the people you were going to hire to come do the retrofit are already there. It is by far more cost effective than trying to do that some point later in the future. And it's definitely more cost effective than trying to retrofit your entire building envelope at a later point, which is what's kind of been proposed as the priority measures. That'll come in a later slide. When we talk about retrofits, kind of the worst scenario we could picture is the weak green building standards pathway. So taking a look at this, what this path is modeling is that we don't let things get as bad as businesses planned, but we don't make significant impacts. We're not really making strides at the natural rate of replacement, whether that's from policy from other levels of government interrupting us for a decade, whether that's us not being ambitious over that decade, whatever that case may be, we're losing this time. And then at some point, a decade or so from now, we actually get to the point where we introduce a plan, we bring in stricter standards, we say we're going to meet these commitments that we made for 2050, and we now have a problem, which is that the slope of this curve is steeper than the rate of replacement. It means that we need to go do expensive retrofits, we need to find tradespeople to go back to these houses we already built, and do the much more costly process of taking out the AC and the furnace they already paid for, and put in a new non-emitting technology. This is going to be cost prohibitive. We know from pilots like the Better Homes Hamilton, we can do it in an equity-seeking way. We can target people who are vulnerable. We can target people who don't have air conditioning. We cannot do this at scale as a municipality. We're already struggling to pay for things as it is. By taking advantage of regulation rather than a grants-based replacement program, we allow that to happen without requiring a municipal levy, and we allow it to happen at a natural rate that gets us to our goal at a steady year-by-year progress, instead of trying to put all the burden within a few years' budgets to catch up for that difference. This just highlights some of the things that folks have already said today in terms of what effective GHGI limits would be and the importance of having them for low-rise residential development as well. This slide highlights from Hamilton's climate action strategy some commitments and a really big focus on retrofitting. The focus on retrofitting is great, but as I said, the big concern of our committee is how do we pay for this, right? We are a municipal level of government where if the cost of doing a retrofit exceeds the average household's ability to pay, we cannot get out of that by asking the average household to pay in taxes for it. We can't fix this problem. So we need to stop it from getting worse before it gets worse. We have a lot of background that a lot of folks have already talked about today in terms of how the opportunities during the construction phase. We've talked about the challenges around low-rise development here in Hamilton. One of the things that I'll quickly add about low-rise development is that it is much easier to decarbonize a low-rise building than a high-rise building. And the benefits that you receive, because low-rise buildings are less efficient in their building envelopes, is actually much better. So the fact that this is a hole in our policy is really, really important to address. Multi-unit residential buildings, even when they burn fossil fuels, are already more efficient than those detached homes that have air all around them and require significantly more space heating.
Chia, I just need to jump in.
Yeah.
We're at 10 minutes now. Do you have much more?
I think I do have a few more slides. My apologies. Could we move to extend just to complete the presentation?
Okay. Well, that's dependent on committee, if anyone would like to move that. Councillor Wang, Councillor M. Wilson, for 5 minutes?
Probably 5, yeah.
5 minutes?
More than 2/3.
Okay, so I will pause and go to that vote. I understand, okay. Okay, we're just getting the vote up for that. Thumbs up from M. Wilson. Okay, that carries unanimously. Go ahead, another
Thank
5
you.
minutes. Thank you.
The final point on the slide is just that the City of Hamilton did already affirm its support for fiscally prudent and sustainable development that avoids this lock-in problem that we're talking about through this council's unanimous support of a decision on this subject issued by the Ontario Energy Board in February 2024. As people have talked about today, the leading best practices is to use a framework that gives you a clear step-by-step roadmap over a long time frame. We are not reinventing the wheel. Lots of other cities have done this, and the further out we can project, the better it is for public engagement as well as engagement with stakeholders like developers and industry. One thing that we really wanted to highlight as an advisory committee is that we recognize that a lot of this energy modeling tends to be a lot of administrative burden upon developers, and that if we have a goal, and that goal is to get people to electrify buildings, why would we not provide a prescriptive pathway where people don't have to do energy modeling? They just need to say, we're not using fossil fuel heating appliances, and they are automatically compliant. So that was something that we talked about at our committee that we would like to see incorporated to really just ease that administrative overhead and not beat around the bush, get to the point that we want to get to, which is to incentivize electrification. And I'll say in conclusion, yes, green building standards are a pivotal opportunity to chart a clear course for a sustainable future. But also, our advisory committee was created by council in order to provide input on key climate policies like green building standards. And one of the questions that I have received is, well, did you comment at the public comments? Yes, I did, right? So did a lot of the people that talked today. So did a lot of members of the public that we didn't even hear from today. And this Community Climate Change Advisory Committee was created by doing extensive interviews with people that represent a wide range of the community background to bring them in to elevate those voices and provide us a seat at the table to make sure that we actually do have a chance to have more influence, that we do have a chance to do this final point here, which is that the Hamilton Climate Action Strategy is a commitment on behalf of councillors and on behalf of staff that you have made to the community that you are going to make Hamilton a climate-ready place to live, that in 2040, we're not going to have to leave because it's unbearable in the summers here, right? That we're not going to have all these impacts that right now we're headed on a collision course for, right? That's a commitment to residents who want to live here and want to see this be an amazing city to continue to be. So our committee is very passionate. It's full of climate champions. That was the tagline, right, when they asked people to apply, calling all climate champions. That's why we're here. We're here to say, you know, this is important. This is really important stuff. And we represent a much wider section of the community than is currently being heard on a lot of these issues. So our hope is that we can start this routine collaboration beyond just working on things directly under the OCCI umbrella. All of City of Hamilton policy needs to align for the climate action strategy to be effective. If we don't do that, we could do as much as we want in small initiatives and not hit our goals. So we need to make sure that, you know, this isn't one side doing something and the other side not knowing what's going on. We need to make sure that people are working together and that that work together is not setting our sights so low that these commitments are meaningless, right? We want the City of Hamilton to say what it means and means what it says when it says that we are going to be a resilient city. So that concludes my presentation, and thank you very much for the additional time.
Thanks, Lucia. We do have a speakers list. Councillor Nan, who's virtual, so maybe we can take the slide presentation down so we can see Councillor Nan.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Lucia, for coming in to present on behalf of Council's appointed Climate Change Advisory Committee, and also for outlining the timeline of events that prevented the committee from being able to provide its advice or response to the package that's before committee today as part of that stakeholder engagement to date. I have a couple questions, and one really focusing on whether or not you think it's essential to pause the entire package that's before committee today, or just the areas that the committee has outlined. So the alignment to our climate targets in terms of net zero 2050. The other piece was around the tiered standards over fixed timeline, and the third being the emission limits not being sufficient. Do you think that the whole package needs to pause, or do you think there's an opportunity here to lift out those three pieces, have that work done in consultation with the advisory committee, and come back to round out the full package?
All right, microphone is on. Great. Thanks through the chair for the question. I definitely think there's an opportunity to do that. While we have members of our advisory committee who were part of the focus groups on the low impact development portion of the standards, of course, there's things they would like to see, but those things are not deal breakers and they don't have the same lock-in that emissions have, right? So by creating bioswales or whatever at any point, you have an immediate tangible benefit. The emissions piece is the cause of concern, and the reason that people all delegated today is because lock-in makes it harder to actually go back and do the right thing later. So I think as a committee, we would be very supportive of allowing the vast majority of the good work that has been done by staff, you know, to pass through without having to be slowed down, and maybe just to take these metrics back for some consultations with more public stakeholders.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Nan. We also have Councillor McMeekin who'd like to ask a question.
Yes, thanks, Chair. Thanks for your presentation and your perspective, raising some legitimate concerns and anxieties about the way forward. You know, it has occurred to me frequently that real change only happens when there's an aroused public that makes it happen. And I was particularly appreciative of your pointed reference to citizen engagement and the difficulty around not having sufficient enough engagement. And I think that's important. I think a lot of great ideas get lost because nobody ever hears them. So I'm appreciative of that. I'm also thankful for doing what we can today, because, we need to get stuff done, right? And a lot of people have come to this moment in time expecting that today we're going to get some stuff done. So any guidance you have on that would be my question to you. I think you said, as per Councillor Nan, that those would be appropriate carve-outs. And any other advice on that?
Yeah, I can, yeah, microphone is on. So at the last meeting, we were fortunate to have the key member of planning staff who's been working on this file, Mallory Smith, join us to answer some questions at the Climate Change Advisory Committee. The reason that we're sort of throwing ourselves in as the door is closing here is because these metrics in the current plan, the metrics will remain fixed. The implementation plan is what the future consultations are all about. So we want to make sure that this portion, at the very least, this portion of the metrics do not get locked in at this moment in time. They remain open for consultation in the same timeline that the implementation consultation is going to be ongoing for the next few months. The plan of planning committee, or sorry, planning staff, is to come forward to planning committee with the implementation plan in a few months. What we are asking for is the chance to also provide feedback on the metrics within that few-month window, now that we're up and running and going, is not to close the door prematurely now and to allow that consultation on metrics to occur up until the implementation plan is introduced.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's a brilliant hybrid, and I embrace that without hesitation or reservation. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McMeekin. I don't see any other speakers, so thank you very much, Lucia. Appreciate it. Okay, so that brings us to the end of our list of delegates. So I just need a mover and second to receive them. Councillor McMeekin, Councillor Wang. We'll go to the vote. The vote is up. And that carries unanimously. The next item on our agenda is 7.2 delegations respecting green building standards site servicing for item 11.3. We did hear from Michelle Diplock earlier today that she combined both of those. Committee was fine with that. So we don't actually have any delegations on this agenda item. So clerk, I don't think we need to do anything there. Do we need to receive? No, yeah. Okay, so we can just keep moving then. Okay, excellent. So we're going to get to discussion items in 11 on the discussion or the delegations we had. But first, we have a public meeting. Item 10, the public has been advised of how to register to be a delegate at the public meetings on today's agenda. If a person, public body, or registered owner of land would otherwise have an ability to appeal the decision of council, City of Hamilton, to the Ontario Land Tribunal, but the person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the City of Hamilton before the bylaw is passed, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision. If a person, public body, or registered owner of land does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the City of Hamilton before the bylaw is passed, the person or public body may not be added as a party to a hearing of an appeal before the Ontario Land Tribunal unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to do so. So, item 10.1 is application for a zoning bylaw amendment for lands located at 48 Jenny Court in Stony Creek. The report number is PED 24178, and this is in Ward 10. We do have a staff presentation. Yeah, does committee want to see the presentation? I'm seeing a nod from the ward councillor, so we'll welcome Tim Vrooman. And for those watching online, we are just getting the presentation set up. Thanks for your patience.
Good morning, Chair, members of the committee, staff and public in attendance. My name is Tim Vroman, Acting Manager of Development Planning, and I will be presenting on behalf of Dhruv Mehta to discuss the zoning bylaw amendment application for 48 Jenny Court in Stony Creek. So here we have an aerial view of the subject lands. It is generally rectangular in shape and 1,100 square meters in size with 30.8 meters of frontage on Jenny Court. The property is situated between Jenny Court to the south and Maple Drive to the north, and the surrounding area consists of single detached dwellings with the Niagara Escarpment to the immediate south. There is an existing two-story single detached dwelling on the subject lands. Here we have the location map of the subject lands. The purpose of the zoning bylaw amendment application is to rezone the subject lands from the neighborhood development ND zone in the City of Stony Creek zoning bylaw to the low-density residential R1 zone in Hamilton zoning bylaw number 05200 to facilitate development of 2 new single-detached dwellings. Here we have a survey of the subject lands that shows the footprint of the existing single-detached dwelling, which will be removed to facilitate the proposed development. And here we have the concept plan for the proposed single-detached dwellings. At the time of this application, the proposal is in conformity with the low-density residential R1 zone. A future consent application will be required to sever the property into two separate lots for the proposed dwellings. And here we have the conceptual designs of the proposed single-detached dwellings. Now we'll begin our photo tour. Here we have the existing property. This is showing the existing dwelling on the subject lands. Looking to the west, the existing single-detached dwelling, and the existing single-detached dwelling located to the east. And finally, looking south, we can see the Niagara Escarpment. As part of the planning process, this application was circulated to 43 property owners within 120 meters of the subject property on January 13th, 2023, and again on September 13th, 2024, with a public meeting date. To date, staff received 1 written submission expressing concerns with the exterior design of the proposed dwellings, municipal servicing constraints, and existing traffic conditions. The proposal has merit and can be supported as it is consistent with the provincial policy statement, conforms to the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, conforms to the urban area policies of the Niagara Escarpment Plan, and is located outside of the Niagara Escarpment Plan area of development control, and complies with the Urban Hamilton Official Plan and the Western Development Area Secondary Plan. It is compatible with existing development in the immediate area, represents good planning by providing a compact and efficient urban form, increases the housing stock, achieves the planned urban structure, and supports the development of a complete community. This concludes my presentation. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Beattie has a question.
Thank you for the presentation, Tim. Much appreciated. Some members of the committee may be wondering why to go through the full presentation for a relatively small parcel and a relatively low impact, I would suggest, in terms of the entirety of the city of Hamilton. But some members of the community, and there were some in the audience earlier, and I'm not sure if maybe they've moved to an online format, had expressed a few concerns. So I just want to make sure that we've gone through all of our due diligence and a full public process. Tim, I'm going to assume, based on the proximity of the property on what we call the plateau, it's a ledge halfway up the Niagara Escarpment, that all necessary and relevant consultation and feedback has been received from both Hamilton Conservation Authority and the Niagara Escarpment Commission. If you could just confirm that.
Yes, through the chair. So the application was circulated to the Hamilton Conservation Authority and the Niagara Escarpment Commission. On the matter of Niagara Escarpment Commission, as noted, it is located in the urban area of the Niagara Escarpment Plan and is located outside the area of development control. They did provide comment that they have no concerns with proposed development and complies with the urban area policies. With respect to the Hamilton Conservation Authority, they've reviewed, they identified there is a regulated water course within the vicinity of the subject land, so it would be need to be further reviewed through the future consent process and would attach any conditions as necessary to that application.
Thank you. Through the chair, Tim, the proponent has done some other work in the neighborhood, and there have been some expressions after the fact from some residents. I'll just describe it as a little rocky in terms of the impact on the community, maybe not as seamless as one would hope. What measures would we have as a municipality if there were instances where neighbors or community members had concerns at a future stage when we get to the building stage, if you could just describe what ability neighbors would have to ensure that it's not a terribly onerous process. I know this speaks to a little later on in the process, well beyond the planning stage, but it's really my only opportunity to ask the question publicly.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair. So, yeah, this is an application for a zoning bylaw amendment. It would facilitate the permissions for the use of these single dwellings. Once the zoning is in place, they would be permitted to develop the low-density residential dwellings through the building permit process. And through that, and any construction issues, I would refer to the building division staff. If there's any concerns, they can reach out to our building division with any concerns. And if there's anyone here to speak to that further on the bench, I would refer to them.
I'll ask maybe when we receive the presentation and we get to the report section. I see some capable folks out in the audience. I have no further questions, Chair. Thank you, Tim.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Beatty. We don't have any further speakers. Thank you very much, Tim. Just need a mover and a seconder to receive the presentation. Councillor Beatty, Councillor Wang. We'll go to the vote. The vote is up. And that carries unanimously. Today we have with us Caitlin Gillis with Landwise, who will make a presentation. Welcome, Caitlin. And we're just taking a moment to get the presentation set up.
Great. Good morning, Chair, members of committee, staff, and members of the public. My name is Caitlin Gillis, a senior planner at Landwise, and we are the retained agents on behalf of the registered landowner and applicant for the rezoning application before you at 48 Jenny Court, Stony Creek. I would first like to thank staff and Mr. Vrooman for their presentation today. I won't repeat any information, so thank you for the overview of the subject property and the planning framework. I am just going to go quickly into the next process. Provided today we are successful on the rezoning to rezone the property to facilitate one new lot in the R1 zoning, which does not require any site specifics. We are meeting that zoning outright. So after this process, we would be required to go through committee of adjustment to create that new lot. And through that, we will be required to clear conditions as identified through the rezoning process. Related to servicing, which I understand is a concern that has been written in. There will be a consent agreement required, which will deal with stormwater management, servicing, and any street tree impacts. In addition to that, we will be required to execute an external works agreement, as there may be some municipal infrastructure that has to be extended along Maple Avenue. And then in addition to that, environmental compliance approval for the municipal sewer main upgrades, and that will ensure sufficient water pressure for the new dwelling. In addition to that, the planning process, we have had to prepare a tree protection plan as well as a tree management plan and provide any compensation for impacts. Through the tree protection plan, it has been identified that 15 private trees on 48 Jenny Court will need to be removed to accommodate the new development. And 13 of those trees do make up one hedgerow along the rear property line that does face Maple Avenue. In addition to that, 2 existing street trees that are currently in the Maple Drive right-of-way will be protected, as well as all neighboring trees, so there will be no impacts to trees along the neighboring property line. And the landscape plan, which is before you on the left side of the screen, identifies that we are able to accommodate one-to-one compensation on site, so we'll replace those 15 trees, as well as add 2 new street trees within the Maple Drive right-of-way. Overall, we are of the opinion that the proposed development does represent compatible, gentle intensification within an established neighborhood. And we think it's a great opportunity within the city and shows another way to provide new housing within the urban boundary. And we support staff's recommendation within the report and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Caitlin. Councillor Beatty has a question.
Hi, Caitlin. Thank you for the presentation. I think preemptively and proactively you've answered a lot of the questions and concerns that neighborhood residents may have as to the impact and the plan that the proponent has to minimize negative impact. Similar question, though, that I had for city staff. Can you kind of maybe make a public commitment to the best of your ability that the proponent would be willing to ensure a minimal impact on the existing neighborhood? This could be a disruptive process when we get to the building phase, and we just want some assurances that it will be minimized. So I don't know what you can offer there, but any feedback on that would be appreciated.
Of course. So through the chair, of course, I'm here to represent the principle of land use. Through the consent process, again, we will have to have approved plans through especially engineering. And then subject to registering the lots, they will need to go through building permit. And similar to Mr. Vrooman's answer, the city of Hamilton does have policies and regulations in place under their building permit that all builders will need to abide by. And I would also defer to the building division to understand what is in place through existing City of Hamilton protocol for new development.
Thank you, Caitlin, for a great answer. I appreciate that. I would suggest that there are members of the community with a high level of expertise in the field that are watching the development very closely and hoping to have a minimal disruption from the community standpoint. So if you could maybe pass that back up the food chain to ensure that the proponent is aware that there are some expectations in the community to the best of the ability possible to minimize disruption. And of course, ensuring that all NEC and HCA guidelines are followed and the tree replacement protocols, et cetera, that there's a full restoration that takes place upon completion of the project to ensure that this kind of tranquil setting is restored properly. Thank you.
Through the chair, and I appreciate the concerns, and I will certainly communicate that back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Beatty. I don't see any further speakers, so thank you, Caitlin. You've confirmed you're in support of the staff recommendation. So I just need a mover and seconder to receive the delegation from the agent. Councillor Beatty, Councillor Pauls. And we'll go to the vote. The vote is there for you. That carries unanimously. At this point, I will ask if there are any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting. For a second time, are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? And for a third and final time, are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Okay, seeing none, could I have a mover and seconder that public submissions that were in the staff report regarding this matter were received and considered by the committee, and two, that the public meeting be closed? Councillor Beatty, Councillor Wang. Thank you. We'll go to the vote to close the public meeting. That vote is available. That carries unanimously. And now I will ask for a mover and seconder to approve the report recommendations, and then we can have any discussion. Councillor Beatty. Councillor Wang, is there any discussion? Councillor Beatty, go ahead.
Just following up on my earlier line of questioning, if someone from building might be able to elaborate on the mechanisms that would be in place for community and residents that have concerns about the actual process, if they're noting things that may go awry, if there are appropriate controls that the building division may have to address those concerns.
Through the chair, my name is George Gaetano. I'm the acting director, building division. Basically, when we issue the building permit, they have to submit drawings to us, and we ensure that those are in compliance with any agreements, grading plans that the city has provided. We also ensure that there's a public notice sign put on the property for infill development, and that sign will show a proposed graphic illustration of the development, like the front and rear elevations, and it'll also have contact information, such as the developer and also city contact if there's any questions from the public during construction.
No further questions, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I don't see any further speakers. It's been moved and seconded. We'll go to the vote to approve the report recommendations. The vote is up. That carries 11-0. Thank you, everybody. Moving right along into 11, discussion items. First of all, we have 11.1, financial policies for development, update to rates for oversizing of infrastructure and new road servicing rate. It's report number PED 24174. May I have a mover and second to approve the report recommendations, and we'll see if there's any conversation. Councillor Wang. Councillor Tattison. Is there any discussion? Councillor Nan, did you have a question, or was that just a second? No. Okay. Not seeing any further speakers, or any speakers. We'll go to the vote. The vote is up. And that carries unanimously. Thank you, everybody. That brings us to 11.2, Green Building Standards. It's report number PED 24114, urban areas citywide. And I believe we have a presentation. We're just getting the presentation set up. Bear with us. We have Mallory Smith, who's been integral to getting us to this point. Welcome, Mallory.
Good morning, Planning Committee and Chair. I'm here today to talk to you about report PED 24114 regarding the City of Hamilton Green Building Standards. My name is Mallory Smith. I'm a planner with the Zoning Bylaw Reform Team, and I'm joined here today with Jacqueline and Rob from WSP. First, I'm going to give you a high-level overview of the project history, as well as the engagement plan, what we've heard, the actual green building standards themselves, along with the guidebook and checklist, and finally, next steps regarding implementation and incentives. So to begin, in 2019, Council declared a climate emergency and in the same year approved the Climate Change Task Force report. The report outlined corporate goals and areas of focus for climate change, mitigation, and adaptation. One of the goals of this report was to increase the number of new and existing high-performance, state-of-the-art buildings that improve efficiency and adapt to a changing climate. In order to achieve this goal, the report recommended information materials and best practice guidelines related to green building practices be developed. Work then began on a set of sustainable building and development guidelines in 2020. For the 2022 to 2026 council term, council identified sustainable economic and ecological development as a priority. Accelerating our response to climate change is an outcome of this priority. In order to achieve that, the city came out with Hamilton's Climate Action Strategy. The Climate Action Strategy calls for several actions from both the city and the broader community. It is central to our approach to environmental sustainability and climate resiliency, and is the base of our climate policy. It consists of two major streams, being climate mitigation and climate adaptation. And out of the Climate Action Strategy came two plans. First, the Community Energy and Emissions Plan, or the CEEP, which addresses climate mitigation by aiming to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And the Climate Change Impact Adaptation Plan, which addresses climate adaptations by decreasing impacts and preparing for the unavoidable impacts of a changing climate. The Community Energy and Emissions Plan is a long-term plan to meet Hamilton's future needs while improving energy efficiency, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and fostering local sustainable and community-supported energy solutions. The plan includes every aspect of citywide energy use and greenhouse gas emissions, from homes to transportation to industry to waste. One of the recommendations of the Community Energy and Emissions Plan was the development of a green building standard. The Green Building Standards is an implementation tool for the policies and recommendations of both the Community Energy and Emissions Plan as well as the city's Climate Action Strategy. In September of 2022, planning staff brought forward report PED 22185 for permission to consult on a set of sustainable building and development guidelines, phase one of which only applied to low-density residential uses. Staff took the feedback from Planning Committee and integrated it into the framework of the currently proposed green building standards being presented today, which applies to site plan and plan of subdivision applications for low, medium, and high-density residential, commercial, industrial, and institutional uses within the urban area. Since then, staff have reevaluated the project plan and began initial planning based on Planning Committee's feedback. In phase two, which occurred in Q3 to Q4 of 2023, a baseline review report was prepared and early engagement occurred to inform the next steps of the green building standards. A summary of this review and engagement is included in the baseline report, which is attached as part of Appendix A to this report. Q4 of 2023 to Q2 of 2024 included further engagement on a draft set of green building standards that incorporated the feedback from the early engagement that occurred in phase two. And finally, phase four, which was finalizing the green building standards as well as the guidebook and checklist tool based on the feedback received in phases 2 and 3. Which brings us into our overview of our engagement plan, which I'll pass over to WSP.
Thank you, Mallory, and good morning, Chair and members of the committee. I will be providing an overview of the engagement and consultation activities that were undertaken to inform and support this important initiative over the last several months. I'll begin with an overview of the engagement plan and how it unfolded through the 4 phases of work that Mallory just touched on. In phase one, the project team took the time to develop a thoughtful engagement and consultation strategy or plan to understand who wanted to be at the table to have these conversations and be involved in the project, where they would like to participate in terms of at what point in the project and in the process, how they would like to participate, so what were the preferences for meeting with staff and providing that input and feedback, whether it be through one-on-one meetings, workshops, or to provide more general input through public open houses, for example. And then we moved into phase 2. So concurrently with our planning phase in phase 1, the technical team was busy preparing the background review and supporting analysis to understand the directions and the priorities that the GBS needed to move in before the actual draft framework came together. And once that baseline review and sort of understanding of those directions were developed, we undertook additional or our first real consultation through 2 in-person focus groups, one with city staff to gain that input and a broader understanding of the various city initiatives and priorities that were being undertaken by the various departments within the city, and a second with, again, that was attended by city staff, as well as the development and building community, community organizations who may have a heightened interest in the outcome of the green building standards, and post-secondary institutions which comprise of academics and experts in their respective fields. Following the phase 2 consultation and engagement, the project team took that feedback away and made some further updates to the background work and review, and then used that as a basis to prepare the draft green building standard and checklist tool in phase 3. And as you'll see on the slide, phase 3 is really where the bulk of the consultation and engagement activities occurred. Firstly, through a virtual workshop with city staff that focused on implementation of the green building standards, and we've heard a bit of feedback and discussion about that today. So once the framework is in place and fully implemented, what will that look like, and what processes and additional resources may be required? And Mallory will speak to that later in the presentation. Also held a one-on-one workshop with interested parties in the development industry, given their heightened interest, again, in the outcome of the GBS and the implications it has on their industry and as an important partner to the city and in community building. A virtual public open house, which was open to the broader community. And that was really an opportunity for those who may be interested or are first learning about the Green Building Standard project to come to the table, learn more about the process that was involved, what was being drafted or what was proposed at the time, as well as to interact directly with the project team, answer questions, or request some additional follow-up. There was also a dedicated project webpage hosted on Engage Hamilton. So this is was a central resource for the project to post all relevant documentation, reports, provide opportunities to complete the 2 online surveys, which is shown in number 6, as well as contact information to reach out to the city, again, to request those conversations or to provide an input and feedback. As I've just mentioned, there were 2 online surveys conducted, and I'll speak to that further in the following slide. And then lastly, there were additional one-on-one meetings with both city staff and various departments, as well as some of the heightened interest groups within the city on representing different matters of expertise and, again, interest in the green building standards. Certainly the consultation and those conversations don't end today or at the conclusion of phase 3. Today's an example of how these conversations regarding the green building standards will continue to evolve and occur over the next several months before staff come back in phase 1 of 2025 or Q1 of 2025 and through the 2-year implementation period that is proposed. Quickly to highlight by the numbers, the consultation engagement that was undertaken, several of these I've touched upon, including the dedicated project webpage, the in-person focus groups, the virtual workshop, the in-person workshop with interested parties from the development and building industry, 2 online surveys that really tried to zero in and gain some valuable input and feedback on certain aspects of the green building standards and the different impact categories. Various meetings, again, that were held with city departments and from different disciplines as the background review and the draft framework came together. In total, we had 58 participants in the virtual public open house. 120 members of the community completed the public survey and provided that input and feedback to the city, and over 1,000 individual webpage visits. So there was quite a bit of interest in the green building standards, and certainly we heard a lot of that today from our various delegations, as well as what was heard through our consultation activities in the project itself. This slide is based on the International Association of Public Participation spectrum of consultation or public participation. Moving from to your left, Inform, all the way to right, Empower. Empower represents the highest level of participation where there's a great degree of influence and agency within the process. On the left-hand side, you'll see Inform, which are more of those initiatives to bring broader awareness and generate some interest in the project. By and large, the consultation activities that were undertaken to support the GBS fall within the consult, involve, and collaborate spectrums, and certainly different tools were used within those spectrums. So for example, the public open house being more of a general opportunity for the broader community to come together and learn more about the project would fall within the consult spectrum, whereas we recognize that there were some interested and affected parties that really needed to have a greater role and influence in the project, such as the development and building industry, as well as those community interest groups as well. So that those groups and those organizations were involved in the process more in the Evolve and Collaborate spectrum. In terms of what we heard, the final report highlights 8 different key takeaways from the consultation and engagement. Firstly, that is important that the GBS metrics are aligned and coordinated with other city-led projects, and we've certainly heard some of that today, and should include at a minimum initiative the city is leading to guide sustainable growth and development, such as the forthcoming Biodiversity Action Plan, as well as the Climate Action Strategy. Secondly, that the GBS should be inspired by standards for developments in other municipalities and best practices for climate resilient and sustainable development. Third, that the GBS must balance different priorities and various interested parties, including those of the city, the development industry, community partners, and the public. And I think the delegations that were offered today certainly show that there are a range of different voices and conversations that were brought to this project, which I think ultimately contributes to a stronger and better product. And the process and the outcome of the Green Building Standards is certainly representative of that. Fourth, the metrics must be realistic and achievable to advance the city's sustainability priorities while balancing continued growth and development that contributes to new housing opportunities and employment. And I won't rephrase or say again what's heard through the delegations, but we've heard that there's certainly interest and support for moving forward with the Green Building Standard framework for the city, but also that real interest from the development and building industry, for example, to continue those important community and city building initiatives. Fifth, there are many different environmental related priorities that may be advanced through the Green Building Standards, and I think that's evidenced through the range of impact categories and performance criteria that are proposed, including a focus on clean air and water, climate change adaptation, waste reduction, adaptive reuse, bird-friendly development, and dark sky compliance, drought-tolerant and native plant species, among others. Sixth, and we've heard a bit about this today, incentivizing the Green Building Standards will be important to the success of implementation. So there are those requirements that are mandatory, and the Tier 2 requirements represent optional opportunities to further advance the city's sustainability goals and objectives. Under the Tier 2 requirements, for example, is there an opportunity for the city to further advance those initiatives and realize those priorities and those goals and objectives through incentivization, whether that be financial or non-financial, for example. Seventh, that the GBS need to be clear, simple, and flexible, and this is critically important to effective implementation, administration, and interpretation, both for city staff to use this new tool that will be available in the future, but as well as to those organizations and groups within the community that will also use it on a regular basis, such as the development and building industry. And lastly, and really importantly, that the Green Building Standard should be periodically reviewed and updated to ensure it remains relevant and to be responsive to Hamilton's sustainability priorities. So this speaks obviously to the continually emerging climate change crisis that the city has identified and the challenges that that is bringing today and will continue to bring in the future, to emerging technology, which is occurring at a very rapid pace, as well as to an evolving land use planning framework and those opportunities that exist to further advance the city's sustainability goals and objectives, as well as that longer term land use planning and community building vision that the city has identified. With that, I'll turn it over to my colleague Jacqueline, who will take you through the technical aspects of the Green Building Standard.
Thank you, Rob. Okay, thanks everyone. We're going to spend a few minutes just going over the Green Building Standard, maybe the format a little bit more today. So as we've heard, the citywide Green Building Standard is intended to apply to all site plan of subdivision applications within the City of Hamilton urban area. Compliance is expected for all new Part 3 and Part 9 building types, and we've listed here potential developments that may fall within those. It consists of impact categories, performance requirements, and metrics, as you can see in the image on the screen here, where we have 5 high-level impact categories that focus on a broad range of sustainability topics. Within that, we have performance requirements that we'll take a look at in a moment, and then each of those performance requirements have metrics within them. Those metrics can be either Tier 1 or Tier 2, and so by Tier 1, those are the mandatory requirements that all GBS applications are intended to comply with. These were identified as being key priorities through engagement. They also align with City of Hamilton bylaws and existing guidelines and strategies. And then Tier 2, these are our optional requirements. So these are things that show an enhanced level of sustainability, and applicants can kind of go above and beyond in meeting these Tier 2 requirements. So here are the impact categories and their sub-performance requirements that we're referring to. So we have energy and carbon, ecology and biodiversity, water, waste management and materials, and community and urban design. And these are the impact categories that form the Green Building Standard. And underneath each of them in the columns below, you'll see the performance requirements for each. I want to spend a moment just to highlight some of the documents that would be made available to the public to interact with the Green Building Standard. So firstly, the guidebook. The intention of this guidebook is to provide a really thorough explanation of how an applicant could comply with the Green Building Standard. It's also a way to publicly communicate your commitments and the full details of your Green Building Standard, and also a resource for City of Hamilton staff or anyone reviewing applications for compliance with the Green Building Standard. Here's an example. We're using here the EB3 bird-friendly design. So you'll see at the top there, we have the name of the performance requirement, which again is bird-friendly design, and then a brief summary of the intention of that performance requirement. And then on the table here, the different metrics. And so the information that you would see for each performance requirement in the GBS is firstly the item number, so we can quickly make reference to a specific requirement. We know which specific metric we're referring to. We have the tier here, so indicating whether or not the metric is a Tier 1 mandatory or Tier 2 optional. Applicability, so which development types are needed to meet it. Is it Part 3, Part 9, or all, which would indicate any application. Metrics, this is a complete description of compliance. The documentation, so these are the submittals that are to be provided, whether it be at draft plan of subdivision, site plan, or post-construction. It would indicate there what needs to be provided, and details here. So this is necessary guidance to the applicant, as well as links to external resources that may either support them in demonstrating compliance or perhaps even related City of Hamilton standards, guidelines, bylaws. The other document that's made available is a checklist tool. So this is really for the applicant to demonstrate compliance, and it is their compliance tool and would be reviewed by the City of Hamilton staff review. So a lot of the information that we saw in the guidebook is also included here, but some of the differences are that we have a column for the applicant to indicate whether or not they have met that specific requirement, yes or no, and also if it's not applicable. So there will be some times where, for example, in this first one here, it's only for Part 9 buildings, so a Part 3 building would indicate not applicable. In the documentation, again, these same submittal items that we saw in the guidebook, but here just a simple checkbox so that they can indicate that they've provided it. And then finally, a comment section here so that they could provide a brief explanation of compliance. And I'll pass it back over to Mallory for the next section.
So the next steps of the Green Building Standards includes further consultation with staff and interested parties to develop an implementation and incentive plan. And part of that implementation plan is a pilot period, which is proposed for 2 years, which staff will develop through the implementation plan. And it's meant to act as a period of increased monitoring to inform future updates to the implementation plan and green building standards. So the idea there is that there would be a 2-year increased monitoring period, at which point we would report back to committee on the results of that and make any necessary changes to the implementation plan and the standards. And I wanted to highlight a few key things that the implementation plan will be looking at. So first, staffing considerations for program implementation and additional application review, establishing a date for the green building standards to become in effect, considering transition provisions, piloting and testing of the green building standards, integrating the green building standards within the city's development application and review process, opportunities for incentives through community improvement plans and the minimum standards that must be achieved in order to be eligible for those incentives, as well as non-financial incentives, opportunities for alignment within the city's comprehensive zoning bylaw 05200, such as definition alignment or opportunities to implement Tier 1 metrics through zoning standards, recommendations for timely reviews and updates moving towards more stringent goals, educational, communication, and marketing opportunities, and then any other implementation considerations that may arise. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll pause to see if there are any questions. Okay, maybe we're going to save them for the report. Okay, thank you very much. No speakers to the presentation. I'll just need a mover and second to receive the presentation. Councillor Wang, Councillor McMeekin. That makes it easier. Everyone can sit down while questions are asked. So we'll go to the vote to receive that presentation. The vote is up. And that carries unanimously. And before we go through the report, we're just going to vote to receive the presentation from the Climate Change Advisory Committee. It was on the agenda. Yes, we did have the delegation earlier from Lucia, but just as a formality, we need a mover and seconder to receive that presentation. Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Ted McMeekin. We'll have that vote. The vote is up. And that carries 12-0. So now we are on to the report. So can I have a mover and seconder to approve the recommendations, and then we will have discussion. Councillor Cameron Kretsch, seconded by Councillor Ted McMeekin. And speakers list, Councillor McMeekin, you're on the list first, and then we'll build the speakers list.
Thanks very much, Chair. And I want to make a couple of generic comments to just kick us off, if you bear with me. It occurs to me, like so many issues, that our present circumstance is clearly a reflection of past choices, just as surely as our present choices will undoubtedly reflect our future circumstances. In other words, as my mom would say, if you want to predict the future, you better create it. And I think that's the task that's before us. And I think as we move forward, we need to be cognizant that the best decisions are usually those that are based on evidence, supported by principle, and designed to create the greatest good. I think this is clearly an example of where we need to be looking, and I think that's the intent of not only the reports, but all of the presentations. Excellent presentation, stimulating, inspiring, in fact. All that said, what's important, obviously, is what we do next. You know, and we've had some comments at the end of the presentations, making some appropriate and I think very helpful suggestions around hiving out the three items and moving forward with, as the last presenter suggested, not just that review, but periodic additional reviews on how the standards need to change. Cognizant, of course, that we've got a lot of work to do with the province in terms of the fundamental building code issues there. Councillor Danko made a good point about public buy-in, and I think the last presenter who talked about her and her group's anxiety about the need for additional public input was really important, because this doesn't work unless there's public buy-in. I think we all know that, either at our level or at the provincial level, and that's the task that's before us. So I think we're off to a good start, and I celebrate that, and I want to thank all those who have been part of this process, including the 183 people who came out to one of the sessions and or made a comment in writing to the team doing the review. Those are my comments. Onwards and upwards.
Thanks, Councillor McMeekin. Next on the list, Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I think just questions from me, at least on this time. Looking to better understand, starting with the public engagement summary, because I think there's been a lot of conversations there. Were there comments received, and could they be maybe quantified or maybe some context added about encouraging fuel use? Understanding that we can't necessarily do that under the building code, so we're talking about GHG intensity limits as the way we get there. But just when I saw the consultation summary, it seemed to maybe be, we heard from the development community that it has to go this way. We heard from environmentalists that it has to be as ambitious as we can, but also bringing people on side. And then we got the kind of summary piece, which was we have to go be ambitious, but also reasonable and actionable. And I'm just wondering if that could be maybe broken down. I would imagine that wasn't individuals saying that kind of very compromised sense. I would say that my understanding is that's a summary of the engagement that came in, and maybe the breadth of the engagement that came in. Would it be possible to just unpack that consultation a little bit more into what extent did fuel switching or GHGI intensity limits or some of those conversations appear in the consultation?
Look to the bench.
Through the chair, thanks for that question. Yeah, as Rob alluded to, there was quite a few different strategies for consultation and many seats around the table that did have varying interests and comments. And I think what you're asking is how we incorporated those different voices throughout the process.
I think I'm just asking, like, for starters, a yes or no question. Did the public ask as part of the, not necessarily all of the public, but did anyone say we should have a fossil fuel phase out as part of these green building standards? Or was that a common theme at all that came up, whether it was 5% of submissions or so, or that, like, just kind of seeking to clarify what came in as opposed to what staff did with it, but just what actually came in?
Yes, there were comments in relation to that, and they were either given verbally or written that were considered.
Thank you. That's, I think, all I wanted to establish on the public engagement piece for right now. If something comes up, I'll jump back on. The other piece for me was the jurisdictional scan and looking at what other municipalities are doing and complete understanding. This is like such a moving landscape. From when the review started to when the review finished, there was new policies. And so appreciating that's a difficult challenge to be in. I think the main piece we heard about was when do those standards become stringent enough that they require fuel use switching? It seems to be one of the central kind of pieces here. From the jurisdictional scan that was done, are there municipalities that around 2028, before 2030, whatever benchmark makes sense for staff to kind of give a real answer or like a representative answer here, are there municipalities in our peer group who are moving forward with standards that would require fuel switching prior to 2030?
Sorry, through the chair. Yes, the Toronto Green Standards is moving towards that. And we did see some municipalities indicating that. Sorry, bear with us.
Hi there, are you? Great, okay, sorry. So just as Mallory was saying, as we've heard, the Toronto Green Standard is moving, of course, towards their goals with their standard, with coming out by, I believe, 2028 will be the latest version. We've talked a lot about sort of in the low-rise context. So as part of our scan, what we're proposing or what's being proposed in the Green Building Standard right now for the Part 9 buildings is in alignment with what your peers are proposing. And excuse me, at this time, I'm not aware of if anyone has that same extremely detailed plan to get to net zero on the low-rise side, as we do have for the Part 3 buildings. So I'm not sure if that specifically answers your question, but yes, some are working towards that net zero, but it is a bit of a challenge still on the low-rise for even municipalities like Toronto.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think my question comes to, could staff maybe explain the rationale for the targets that are within the report today? Because what I'm seeing is there's been a community ambition kind of line from day one on this one, and it's okay, just because people are asking for something doesn't obligate the city to do it. There has to be the analysis. That's why we go through the reporting piece. But what I'm not necessarily seeing is that justification or that analysis for why this, not that? And I'm just wondering if the jurisdictional scan showed that other municipalities are in different spots. If we had this feedback, I'm just wondering what the comment is. I'm not trying to say we should be here, should not be there. But to me, it feels like there's a missing analysis piece or a missing justification piece. And I really just, given that this is such a central topic, we've heard from delegates all day, want to give staff maybe an opportunity to explain the justification of why is what's being recommended, given that I don't think this is a surprise surrounding the ambition gap potentially, or that's how some delegates framed it. And so just wondering what the comments or the responses, because we haven't had a chance necessarily as a planning committee to hear that yet.
Yeah, absolutely. So what we heard a lot today and in our engagement was, of course, wanting to move and address this climate action piece, but in addition, doing that with as much consistency and support as possible. So that was the intention of aligning the targets with your peer municipalities, and the decision to align with the Toronto Green Standard was made because currently they have the most stringent requirements out there for the energy performance targets, including the greenhouse gas intensity target. And so it allows us to both align City of Hamilton with what is currently the best in class as far as green building standards, while it's also providing that consistency across so that we're not having many different targets, many different approaches, both modeling and documentation between the municipalities for those who work amongst them. So I guess maybe attempting as much as possible to address both concerns, being advancing the climate agenda, but also a climate change agenda, while also, not wanting to overcomplicate things as much as possible.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, just a clarification on meeting Toronto standards, just so it can be clarified. We're meeting Toronto's 2025 standards in what year is, I think, maybe the piece here, just because I think it's not just the Toronto standard piece being met, but when 2028 comes along, Toronto will have a new standard in place. And I think the concern is that Hamilton standard won't be Toronto standards. In 2028, we'll have potentially the 2025 standard that Toronto had. Do staff see that concern, or could you clarify what compliance or kind of being a peer with Toronto means in the context of their planned updates to their standards versus we don't necessarily have that implementation plan in front of us today. So there's not that line of sight on whether or not our planned updates will stay in alignment with Toronto. Can you help me understand what does alignment with Toronto mean in this context?
Yeah, maybe I can answer the first bit. Yeah, as far as the alignment with Toronto, so the GVS would currently align with version 4, the current version of the Toronto Green Standard. The tier 1 requirements and the tier 2 requirements are in alignment with Toronto's current version, yes. And then I'll pass it.
Sorry. Steve Robichaud, Acting General Manager. I just wanted to be very clear that we're not locking in these standards forever and a day, if that is the councillor's question. If you look at what recommendation E was, the idea of reporting back in Q1 of 2026 with those outcomes and saying, are there necessary changes to be made? And what would those recommended changes be? So, if there's new standards, new building code, new technology that would necessitate a rethink of one or more elements, then it would be my expectation is that we would come back to committee and council saying, here is what we've done, but here is where we want to go, and here are the proposed changes that we want to make. So this is not intended to be a static document, much as the same way other municipalities like Toronto are on version 4, where the town, the town of Caledon right now, they're on version 1. So that's where we are. We are moving forward with this because there are many important elements that we want to address. So if technology or other matters are changing, then we would be coming back to council or committee and council on a regular basis with those recommended updates. They may be in terms of the incentive program, or they could be the measures, or a combination of both. But that is why we said to report back in 2 years and say what's working, what's not working, where are we succeeding, where aren't we succeeding. It'll also be complementing a lot of the work, for example, the Office of Climate Change is going to be involved in, for example, dealing with a lot of the budgeting, greenhouse gas reporting, carbon-based works, et cetera, So I anticipate that this will be an evolving work in progress as we start applying it, lessons learned, and identifying those areas where we can do better, as well as, hopefully our partners in the development industry will also be coming along with us and seeing the increased value in implementing and doing with this program, and looking at how do we recognize good behavior, or good projects. So do we now incorporate this, for example, into the Urban Design Awards, where we say that people that are exceeding the city standards, we should be promoting that, much like we talk about excellence in urban design. So I just wanted to make it clear that, answer the councillor's question, that this is not a static document. It's going to be a living document, and that is why we've identified with this requirement to report back. Some people don't like the word pilot, but that was part of the thinking, was that it's not going to be yes, no, we shouldn't be in this business. It's going to be what changes are required to the document to make it work better in terms of achieving the goals that council and the city has set around greenhouse gas emissions. Sorry for interrupting. Thank you very much.
Through you, Chair, if I could just have one last follow-up on that. Just in terms of that matrix of balancing decision-making, understand there's the predictability for developers piece, there's the technology changing piece, and that's the point of this, is it all has to balance. There's also, as we heard from delegates, the locked-in emissions of a delayed fuel switch and then having to re-retrofit, because unlike many other situations, this is a zero-sum game. We are dealing with carbon budgets. There is a or B kind of decision. It's not, if we don't do something now and we're committed to getting to that same carbon threshold, we've committed to doing it later. And so I'm just wondering, to what extent was carbon budgeting or locked-in emissions thought about or weighted in that matrix that was just being talked about, finding that right balance between all these stakeholders? How are our climate targets and that kind of carbon budgeting piece linked to these recommendations?
Okay, we'll go to the bench for that, and then if you have any other questions, we'll put you back on a second time. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. It's a really great point. I would say the concept of specifically carbon budgeting did not come up in the engagement or in the discussions. But of course, we are considering that. And again, as I mentioned, by going with setting the target of the best in class right now that we have, which is, again, the current Toronto Green Standard, that was the intention, to, with the first version of the Hamilton Green Building Standard, to start at the highest sort of proven targets that we can. And so that was one intention there. Another concept that's been incorporated into the Green Building Standard that isn't necessarily widely adopted in all green building standards is the concept of embodied carbon, which is great. So there is a mandatory reporting requirement and a tier 2 as far as reduction. So again, that's showing leadership there as far as if we're talking about a carbon budget as far as the green building standard.
Okay, next, Councillor Cretch.
Thanks very much, and sorry not to be there, but I'm under the weather today. And I just wanted to first say thanks to staff for this, because this has been an ongoing project for a very long time. So when we first saw Toronto Green Standards come out years ago, I remember myself and some folks sitting in the audience today, before they were also employees of the City of Hamilton, worked with city staff about 5 years ago trying to have conversations about what this could look like. So it's an exciting day that it's here and that we're having green building standards in Hamilton. I think we're a really big city, and so we got to try and hit those same targets that Toronto hits in terms of, who our comparators are when it comes to green building standards. Caledon, I know, is expanding. Other smaller cities are expanding, but we kind of happen to be in that mid group right now between Toronto and some of those smaller cities. And so it's important for us to get on the, to use all the sports analogies from today, to get on the playing field about this. And so I would say that the pilot thing does concern me. I have an amendment coming forward to talk about different things that we could change to make the concerns raised by the Climate Change Advisory Committee be addressed, but also move this forward in the pieces we can. So I've circulated that to all my colleagues, and hopefully you can make some amendments to fine tune that. But I do think it's important for us to flag that one piece maybe about the pilot. Somebody else could bring that up or speak to that, but I'm not sure how we incorporate that. I know that staff have just finished saying, it's kind of been used as just sort of a framework or guideline. But I think there's some certainty wanted to know by everybody in this situation, developers, folks who are in representing climate advocacy groups want to have more certainty. And so I think that's an important thing to consider. Otherwise, thanks so much for this report. I'll go back on the list when the amendment time comes, but just wanted to offer some initial comments.
Thanks, Councillor Kretsch. Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to draw committee's attention to correspondence item 5.1 from Jeff Cowan from the Hamilton Community Energy. In this letter, he specifically says, the proposed GPS must encourage the connection and growth of an existing network, because as you may or may not know, Hamilton Community Energy does run several district energy systems. Specifically, the one he may be referring to is the downtown one that actually services this building. The DES is inherently scalable, and it grows and adds customers. The costs of decarbonization, expansion, and investment are shared amongst the more extensive base, leading to lower individual costs to all customers on the DES system. To achieve this, HCE recommends revising the draft GBS to recognize that any new building within the downtown Hamilton Commercial District Community Improvement Project area that connects to HCE's DES will be deemed GBS compliant. I wonder if I can ask staff to comment on that particular point.
Through the chair to the councillor, Anita Fayback, Acting Director of Planning and Chief Planner. Following the correspondence, staff did have some communications with representatives from HCE, and we wanted to better understand what their concerns were, what they were looking for. So my understanding is that what they're hoping for is that those that connect to district energy would not meet generally all of the green building standards, but would meet the energy performance metrics. And so what we discussed with them, and in terms of the next steps through implementation, one of the things that we need to look at is the minimum standards that would need to be achieved. So that's something that staff could look at in terms of if somebody does make that connection, they could then be deemed compliance with those energy performance standards, which would then sort of form part of that overall scoring of the evaluation what incentives might be available.
So it strikes me that this correspondence has been received, it has already been actioned, and that there is a potential path forward for organizations like HCE to identify this prior to implementation, but during the implementation process for it to be addressed. Is that correct then?
Through the chair to the councillor, that's correct.
Excellent. My second question then through you, Chair, is just to piggyback off of what Councillor Kretsch had said about the use of wording and language. So perhaps, I know Mallory kind of talked about it right at the very end about calling pilot was really about monitoring, but pilot also just strikes as a very temporary kind of fixture. So I wonder if I could have staff kind of explain the use of pilot and why not say that this is actually phase 1 or this is phase 0 of this entire process. Why are we using the word pilot when it gives a sense that this could be temporary and could be eliminated at any given point?
Through the chair to the councillor, the use of the term pilot project was to notify that this would not be a static document, that we wanted to take some time through implementation of it to sort of work out the kinks or the things that need to be changed, or is there language that needs to be updated. By no means was that a way to identify that this would be temporary in nature. It was more that it's not a static document, and that it would give staff the time to, once we start to implement it at the plan of subdivision stage and at the site plan stage, to figure out, can we do things better? Do we need to change wording? Are things not clear? So that's really what the intent of that 2-year time period is to really do that monitoring.
Thank you for that, and I'm glad that that was said out loud. I think that the idea of just saying pilot also does strike that it is temporary, it could be removed it. So I wonder if moving forward, we might want to think of new language, how to call this, because we also use pilot a lot in order to test, in order to make things temporary and to remove them. So I think that there's a disconnect when it comes to how we actually use the word pilot. So there are two different instances here. So thank you, Chair. Those are all my questions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nan.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll pick up where Councillor Huang left off. So any comments back from staff on striking the words pilot project? Recommendation?
Through the chair to the councillor, no, staff would not have any concerns with substituting pilot with 2-year monitoring or something along those lines.
Okay, so at the appropriate time, we can move that, and thank you for that response. Really do want to really clearly echo the comments from our stakeholders, the desire for consistency and hearing very clearly from staff that it is more about monitoring. The second is, I apologize, I should have really started off with my thank you and saying congratulations to the staff for getting us to this point of consideration. This is really essential work for us to advance our city in real tangible ways towards building sustainable communities across our city. So I feel like I often jump into the work and forget to say thank you. So sincerely thank you to the entire team. You should feel proud of the work that you've done so far. On the last piece, I think that I have left to ask staff about, Chair, is the report from our Climate Change Advisory Committee, which I think unfortunately is an issue of timing more than anything, just in terms of the structuring of the committee getting its work done, and the tandem timeline that staff had in implementing these green standards and bringing it forward to committee. Could I get staff's response to the recommendations from the advisory committee?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. The recommendations around adopting Toronto's approach of indicating through Tier 4 or Tier 3 and Tier 4 is something we could consider. We have adopted a Tier 2 approach to indicate to industry what may be coming, and then through future iterations, we would be advancing our requirements to adopt what is the best practice at the time, as well as the best with changing technologies. In terms of pausing the program to take those pieces out and engage more with that group and other interested parties through the implementation phase, that is something that we could consider if a committee is interested in that option.
Thank you. And then the last piece, I think, is more just like an opportunity for continuity and consistency as it relates to Hamilton, our city's climate action strategy to achieve net zero by 2050, and this work being contributive to that. In comments to the alignment of the green building standards towards the strategy goal.
Did you catch that?
Sorry, you cut out a bit there, but I think I got the gist of the question. Yes, we have considered those documents, and they were a baseline for the preparation of this document. And I think as we move forward through future iterations of the green building standards, these performance metrics will move us closer to that goal.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I have no further questions on the report.
Thanks, Councillor Nan. Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Chair. Very pleased to see green building standards before us today for for approval. This is something that many of us had started talking about at the beginning of last term. There was conversations even before that, and the various iterations that it went through to get here today. So just want to share my sincere appreciation to the hard work that staff put into this, the thought and the careful consideration to bring something forward that was, really a fundamental change for the city of Hamilton, but also that we are able to implement. So just wanted to start with that appreciation and positivity, because this is a big step for the city of Hamilton. Civil engineers, contractors, people that work in the construction industry are notoriously conservative when it comes to building practices, construction methods, and making any kind of changes to what it is that they do and that they know works. So through you, Chair, my first question is, by implementing green building standards, what changes would the construction industry need to change, and how will those be facilitated through actually having specific standards?
We're just switching some seats to get you an answer.
Yeah, through the chair. So to answer the question, it's very likely that in compliance with the Tier 1 of the GBS, there would have to be some modifications to the typical sort of design and construction approaches. We do want to see, even at that Tier 1 mandatory level, a strong sustainability performance, a strong green standard there. So, but that being said, it is not something, I don't think that what's being requested here is anything that isn't already being considered or executed in your peer municipalities. So for designers, engineers, builders, it's something that they could either look to work they've done in other municipalities or to their peers, again, in those municipalities to learn from and evolve. So for sure on the Tier 1 level. And then once we look to the Tier 2, that is maybe where you're pushing the envelope even further and you're asking for above and beyond and maybe even some really sort of future forward thinking. So it is possible that it would require some changes from the norm, but it's definitely, at least at the Tier 1 level, it shouldn't be something that is impossible.
Through Mr. Chairman to the councillor, I think the development industry may have to just step back. It's actually at the site design level. We're focusing the conversation around energy performance systems. But when you're looking at it, it's sort of a sustainable development of the site, applying all of the criteria that we are looking at. So one might be embedded carbon. That leans towards preservation of existing heritage resources as opposed to demolishing a building to put up a new building. It's going to talk about the landscaping treatment. We're talking about bird-friendly design. It's those other elements. So it really does thinking more about stepping back and looking at that site design and what is the best location on that piece of property to locate a building to take advantage of passive solar energy, how the landscaping contributes to the creation of quality public spaces, et cetera, as opposed to just simply putting the biggest building you can on the smallest possible lot and not considering about landscaping, stormwater management, urban design, and those other elements. So I think that will be sort of a bit of a rethink from some developers, some people when they're coming forward with development perspectives. It may be more tree preservation in some circumstances. In other areas, if it's a transit supportive location, about how does that building relate to the transit, to the broader public realm, and ensuring that it is supporting transit in terms of the design and the orientation of the building. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I really appreciate that excellent answer from both. And it's something that we've struggled with as a committee, of asking for some of these better improvements to planning applications, but not having a mechanism to actually A, have a clear expectation, and B, have something that we can actually enforce or hold developers to. So very much looking forward to that. We talked a little bit about the building code and changes to the Ontario Building Code and nationalization of the building code. We've been talking about that for years, and I think the reason why municipalities are taking the lead on green building standards is because number one, building codes are minimum standards. And number two, there's so much variation across Canada that, it really does take a local specific approach to what works in communities. So I think that's what we are going to be doing here. Lastly, I just wanted to touch on some of the benefits to green building standards that have really nothing to do with environment or climate change. For some people that may be not on board with climate change initiatives or environmental standards or whatever, I understand that. That's fine, but I think there's some really important intrinsic benefits to green building standards that really have nothing to do with the environment or climate change. Number one, that it leads to much, much better quality construction. Far superior airflow sealing, water infiltration, much better materials, and way better building methods and care of construction in order to meet these standards. So that is a huge positive for potential homeowners in the future, that they're not going to have those long-term maintenance costs or mold abatement or water or things that are really hard to fix after the fact because care was not taken during the construction process. So that is a massive intangible benefit to moving to higher standards. And also, we touched on earlier the life cycle cost here. And one of my biggest frustrations with the development industry is that they are not voluntarily leading on higher efficiency construction, and even that is falling to those affordable housing providers because the long-term life cycle benefits from a cost-benefit analysis are far superior by including and taking into account to building efficiency and heating methods at the time of construction. So my last question through you is, once we implement green building standards and, as future iterations of these standards move forward, do we expect a shift in the building industry to take on more of that responsibility that the affordable housing providers are already doing? And perhaps have like a bit more of a long-term discussion about not just the initial cost of housing, but the long-term costing benefits to new home buyers.
Through the chair, yes, so we have had conversations with members of the development industry, and some of them have indicated methods that they have already been undertaking. So we wanted to understand where the industry currently was and incorporate some of those tactics that they're already taking into the standards. We also intend a bit of public education and maybe industry education as part of the implementation plan of the green building standards to help home builders understand the benefits of implementing these standards long-term. So there will be a public education component to that as well, which will hopefully help move the marker for the standard building being built in Hamilton in the future. And we have been seeing an increase in understanding from developers in the industry on the benefits. So it is something that the market is moving, and hopefully these standards help move it a bit quicker.
Thank you. And my last question, if I still have time, is just on that initial cost, because I imagine a lot of the resistance to any kind of changes to construction methods is that the initial cost of housing is going to increase, and we can't do anything that increases the cost of housing because it's unaffordable as it is. As the industry becomes more mainstream of green building methods, a lot of it is just time and care, using the exact same materials, using the exact same construction methods, but just being more careful about how those materials are actually put together. And I know the home builders are working on that in terms of education, that we've talked about. But do we expect that as more and more municipalities bring in green building standards, that it will just become that is how we now do things, and those initial costs will basically be the same for all construction, and there won't be that differentiation between well, this one meets the green building standards, this one's built to minimum code.
Through the chair. Yeah, so part of the intention of aligning with neighboring municipalities is to give that certainty to the development industry on the metrics that are being used and using processes that they understand they already do, they may already have in place to try to help lower any associated costs as possible. And I think as we move forward and other municipalities are also bringing forward these standards, it will become quite standard across Ontario to meet these types of targets.
Thank you. Those are all the comments and questions I had. Really appreciate the initiative. Full support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Councilor Danko, it's nice to have an engineer on council sometimes to be able to explain the other benefits other than environmental, so thank you. Sometimes. Before we go to Councilor Alex Wilson as a second-time speaker and then possibly some amendments, I'll pass the chair over to Vice Chair Maureen Wilson. I'll just add some comments. I had a number of questions. Some of them were answered ahead of time. Some of them have sort of been addressed by delegations and other comments. But I do also want to just thank staff and the consultants for the work that's been done. There's lots of nitpicking on very important topics, but there's a whole body of work there that's amazing, and you can't deliver that kind of document without being really serious about solving the climate crisis. So really appreciate all that work, despite all the criticism today. And we've already addressed the pilot language. I wouldn't support having the word pilot in there, so glad to see we kind of worked that out. I mean, we're in a crisis. We shouldn't be using the word pilot. Words are important. And also we heard from the West End Home Builders Association that they would prefer long-term certainty and projecting out the requirements more. So then that's kind of embodied in what was recommended by the Climate Advisory Committee. So we'll deal with that amendment, I think, shortly. And just to put a point on it, I guess, is we've talked about housing prices, and of course, that is very, very important. That's the crisis that's right in our face right now. The climate crisis is the one that's going to be living with us no matter how many homes we have, no matter how far in the future. And it really doesn't care about the economy, doesn't care about what projected GDP growth is or what interest rates are, frankly, if you believe in it or not. So I think we have staff, consultants, and committee members here that know how to think long-term and are thinking long-term, judging by the comments that are made here. So I think that's really, really important to just keep in perspective. We have to solve all the problems we have here or find the best way to do our best to solve them. But we can't lose sight of making poor short-term decisions at the expense of long-term decisions. So really, really happy we have the green building standards and looking forward to the amendments here. And just a quick comment to what Councilor Danko was mentioning around just cash flow and long-term costs. My house hasn't had natural gas usage for many, many months now, since earlier this year. And the cash flow, current cash flow projections, far superior. So yes, you have to figure out how to make that happen, but it really is much better long-term operating costs. So with that, I'll take the chair back. We have a second-time speaker in Council, Alex Wilson.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Still just more questions from me, this time again about what's kind of coming next. So my understanding is that in Q1 of 2025, so in a couple months from now, we're going to get a report back on implementation for this next 2-year window that we're not going to call a pilot. That brings us to Q1 2026, when we kind of get an interim report on that, not a pilot, first 2 years of implementation. I'm assuming at that point in time to make recommendations for what happens at the end of that 2-year window that we're approving today, potentially for 2027, January 2027. Am I correct that that's kind of we're thinking about version 2 of Hamilton standards would be coming in around January 2027 with potentially some things being brought in earlier or that, but just trying to understand what the actual timelines are, because we're being told these standards aren't being locked in, but I'm curious when we anticipate version 2 actually is. It's not tomorrow, for example.
Through the chair, thank you. Yes, that's correct. So we would be coming forward in Q1 of 2025 with a plan that more clearly laid that out. And then the intention is that at the end of that 2 years, we would make any changes necessary to the implementation plan as well as the standards based on the feedback and results that we got from that monitoring period.
And then my understanding is that we're following the ambition of implemented standards. So I think that's maybe the way to kind of cut through the, are we following, are we not following Toronto? We're following what Toronto has implemented, but not what they're forecasting to implement potentially. But throughout these reviews, there's this conversation, well, we could match them as we do those reviews. And I think there's maybe some anxiety or concern that that's not written down anywhere today. And I think that's part of what's coming out in the conversation is, what are those opportunities and when are those opportunities and how many years later are those opportunities? But one of the places I heard where it sounds like there's not an opportunity for later potentially, but where we're actually saying potentially no to some of the delegate requests in terms is around single family. Is that correct, where in that we're not talking about necessitating a phase out or a fossil fuel intensity limit, again, getting close to that 5-ish per meter, CO2 meter squared, et cetera, intensity limit. In this current plan, and hearing from staff that unless there's a big technological shift, not anticipating that in future plans as well, based on the fact that Toronto doesn't have it in theirs, even in their current or their forecasted. Is that, did I hear that correctly about where the single family homes is landing up potentially? Keeping to the Energard.
Thanks, through the chair. So currently through the proposed green building standard for low density residential, the GHGI, there is no GHGI limits built in. And it is tier 1 for the Energy Star version 17.1 is the current requirement. I think through the monitoring program, if we found, we would have to do more research on that before implementing a GHGI limit for low density residential. I also just wanted to mention and clarify there that the reason that it was only applying to the 10 units was because of Bill 23 and the removal of the site plan through the Planning Act.
Completely understand that we can't do things with 10 units, but for subdivisions, for example, a subdivision being built in Toronto versus Hamilton, I think some of the commentary was we might be seeing more subdivisions in Hamilton, and so potentially more stringent standards are more locally appropriate than they would be in other jurisdictions, just given our forecasted unit mix. So but understanding we can't get around Bill 23. But what I'm also hearing, and again, maybe just seeking confirmation, is that the same ground truthing is not necessarily the case for multi-residential. So is it anticipated by staff that future reports, future implementation plans will get us to a GHGI intensity limit closer to 5 for multi-rise in that iterative timeline of kind of version 2, version 3. Is that on the dashboard right now, or do we still need to do the ground truthing to say that that's on the docket?
Through the chair, so through the implementation plan, we would develop a plan for how often we would be reviewing these standards to make them more stringent as we move along, similar to Toronto's standard. We just haven't outlined what the phase 3 and phase 4 in Toronto is for us. And part of the reasoning there is to consult further and look at best practices at the time every few years as the implementation plan dictates how often we'll be reviewing those. So there will be further research on those as we progress and make more stringent standards.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, just my only kind of quick comment on this is I'm so excited about the work that's come forward, really excited about next steps as well. Keeping that ambition conversation going is always really great. I also just think there's like a reality that we just can't get around, which is unless we're talking about fuel switching, which we can't have as a specified standard, we talk about GHG intensity, we're not actually going to meet our climate strategy. And so that's just a black or white piece. At what point and by when will we necessitate fuel switching? And understanding that because of green building standard policy, it's not hard to make that so visible and so transparent. But I think in future iterations of this, as we keep going, like I think that's the piece I'm really looking out for. It's been so clear. That's the goalpost community is looking for. And so I would hope that around 2028, which is when Toronto is doing it, our green building standards versions are also getting to a place where we're necessitating fuel use. And I think I'd also really appreciate the Climate Advisory Committee's conversation about, and for every year we wait, that's added costs to retrofit that building that we didn't hold to those standards in the first place. So just appreciating that. I know there's some amendments forthcoming. really appreciate all the answers to the questions, and I think better understanding what the next steps look like and what some of those commitments are for those next steps. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Okay, there's no one else on the speakers list, so we do have a number of amendments. So we just need to figure out the order here. I know we have one in item D, which is sort of a procedural housekeeping thing. So maybe can we explain what we need to do there? That's around just reporting back to which committee? Acting GM Robichaud, maybe do you want to speak to that?
Yes, that is correct, that there is a need to make an adjustment to the recommendation that we will not be reporting back to GIC, but we were reporting back to Planning Committee, and I believe that was recommendation E in the staff report. D, sorry, I apologize, recommendation D. We just clarified that with the Deputy City Clerk. Thank you.
Okay, so do we need to vote on that, or is that just going to be changed? Yeah. Okay, so that's going to be moved by Councillor Alex Wilson, seconded by Councillor Wang. You heard the explanation. Any questions or discussion? Okay, we will go to vote. The vote is up. That carries unanimously. Okay, so Councillor Kretsch, you have an amendment you wanted to put on the floor.
Yeah, it's to, I think, respond to that consultation with the Climate Change Advisory Committee. And so I know I sent a final version out to you, Legislative Coordinator Kelsey, so if you might be able to put it up on the screen. And I think there were some tweaks being asked for from others on that. So I'll leave that to folks.
And your seconder?
Oh, yeah, good question. Sorry. I don't have a seconder handy at this moment. Councillor Nana just put her hand up, so Councillor Nana it is.
Okay, thank you. We're just getting that up on the screen. Councillor Kretsch, is that the correct text?
Yes, that's correct. Yep. But the part that's highlighted is the correct text. Yep. Not the stuff above.
Okay, do you want to speak to it any further?
I think that this just outlines what the three things were in the presentation from the Climate Change Advisory Committee. So it lists a framework that phases in more stringent tiered standards, emissions limits, and then talks about alignments with our climate action strategy to achieve net zero by 2050 and avoid fossil fuel lock-in. So these are the three things that they're asking to be consulted on. This allows the rest of the kind of green standard stuff to move forward that's in there, especially things like bird-friendly standards and those kinds of things. And the bottom bit there is about trying to get this consultation in advance of implementation and report back the results of that consultation. And when I talked to staff about this, I said, look, you know, we go and talk to the Climate Change Advisory Committee. This may mean we have to come back with some changes. We have to re-engage the consultant, right? That kind of thing. So this is giving them the parameters to be able to do that. I think it's a good compromise in terms of how to be able to move these green building standards forward, but also respect the fact that timing was a bit awkward and this group of people who we, you know, specifically appointed to advise on these kinds of things didn't really have an opportunity to participate. And so that's, I think, the gist of it there.
Okay, thank you. Any speakers?
Oh, just one thing. Sorry, that last change you took out there, Kelsey, I think is important because there's just two different working groups. Their technical and governance working group and the building working group. And that was my understanding from the request. So I know it's worded a bit awkwardly. I apologize, but that's just the names of these groups.
Thank you for pointing that out. Okay, Councillor Danko, go ahead.
Thank you. Just a quick question on timeline and procedure. So the consultation would go ahead, but the actual green building standards wouldn't be implemented until the completion and the report back. Does staff have any concerns with just the timeline of implementation?
Good question.
Through the chair to the councillor, I think it depends on the results of the consultation and as the councillor alluded to, are there any changes that are required at this point to the green building standards? the implementation work by staff will run concurrently, but there could be a slight delay in terms of if there are changes to some of the metrics, how does that impact our implementation in terms of, the minimum standards that are going to be required and what are those requirements going to be? So certainly it's not, I wouldn't say it's going to completely impact our timeline, but we would have to wait and see what the results of that implementation would be. What the results of that consultation would be. But as I said, we would start to work on implementation so that they could run concurrently.
Councillor?
Thank you. So just a quick comment. Understanding that this is meant to be somewhat iterative, my preference would be to begin implementation 3-4 years ago, but as soon as possible. And just procedurally, would there then be another report back with any amendments? So this committee would have to approve any amendments?
Through the chair to the councillor, we may have to report back depending on the scope of the amendments. Again, without starting that conversation with the advisory committee, it's really hard to know where this will land. But I think we just want to make sure that there's, should there be changes, that there's the opportunity to implement those through the standards. And if there needs to be any further engagement after that, that everyone is included in that process.
Okay, so I'm going to assume that for the initial implementation anyway, there's going to be pretty minimal changes, and there may be some additional changes to future phases and requirements. Because my primary concern right now is we need to implement as quickly as possible, but I also, Chair, think it's really important to give the advisory committee the opportunity to have their input as well. But under the presumption that what comes back, at least for the initial phase, is going to be fairly similar to what it is now. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Danko. Don't see any further speakers on this amendment. Just doing a quick check. If not, we will go to the vote. We're just waiting for the vote to come up. Don't want your thumb to get tired. The vote is now up. And that carries 11-0. Thank you, everybody. And then I believe Councillor Nan, you spoke to a possible amendment on Part E, I think it was, around the wording of the pilot.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just to strike the words as a 2-year pilot project in recommendation E, and then the rest of the recommendation reads as per staff's intention of reporting back with any recommendations as well. That would all stay.
Okay, so just striking out as a 2-year pilot project. And seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. Any conversation, discussion, or questions on that? Okay, not seeing any. We will go to the vote. The vote is there. And that also carries unanimously. Thank you, everybody. So just a time check, we're at 1 o'clock. The committee would like to move to take a half-hour break. Same thing, yes. Councillor Beattie, Councillor McMeekin, to break until 1:30. Oh, sorry. Before we do that, we have to do a report as amended, approve it. Yeah, sorry. So many votes. So the final vote to approve the report recommendations as amended, we have a mover and seconder. And we just need to vote. good to have a vice chair that's on top of things. The chair's misdirection just delayed the vote for a minute, so we'll get that sorted. And the vote is up. So before you go anywhere, we do have to vote to go to recess. That carries unanimously. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for staff for getting us across the finish line there. So Councillor Beatty, Councillor McMeekin to break until 1:30. There's the vote. Councillor Crutch, thumbs up from you. And that carries. Thank you, everybody. See you at 1:30. Okay, welcome back, everybody, to the Planning Committee meeting. We are on item 11.3, Green Standards and Guidelines for Site Servicing. It is report PED 24102. Could I have a mover and, oh, no, we have a presentation. Staff presentation.
Good afternoon. My name is Tony Sergi. I'm the Senior Advisor and Director of Strategic Growth Initiatives. Today, it's my pleasure to introduce the report on green standards and guidelines for site plans. Councillor. This update will be included as part of our ongoing comprehensive development guideline update and policies as we move forward. The green standards build off council-approved drainage policy and our innovative source control stormwater management for industrial development. This aligns and reinforces best practices and formalizes some current practices and builds some resiliency in our system. I'd like to introduce Gavin Norman and have him introduce both the internal and external team that worked on this project.
Oh, thank you. Through the chair. Good afternoon. My name is Gavin Norman, Manager of Infrastructure Planning in the Growth Management Division. And today I'd like to, maybe a little additional introduction to this report going to council today. The subject being the green standards and guidelines for site servicing. So today is all about green. We talked about green buildings earlier today. Now we're talking about everything outside the building. So these new guidelines have been in development since 2022 by Staff and Growth Management with support from consultants WSP Global and Ron Scheckenberger and Associates. These draft guidelines build on new provincial guidance and the work that the city's been doing with respect to stormwater management and new development by enhancing our standards and best practices for source water control on development sites by adding requirements to implement green infrastructure as part of the stormwater treatment process. The development of the guidelines include a substantial consultation both internally and externally. Internal teams including Planning Division, Environmental Services, Transportation, Hamilton Water and Public Works, the Climate Change Office, and externally staff met extensively with the development industry and other NGOs such as the conservation authorities and Royal Botanical Gardens and reached out to others like Environment Hamilton. The technical leads on this study include along with our consultant include Munir Uzaman, Manager of Development Engineering East, and Mark Hardley, Senior Stormwater Engineer in Growth Management, who are, Infrastructure Planning, are in attendance today to answer any questions following the presentation that's going to be made by Ron Scheckenberger, who is with me beside me here. And upon expectation of approval of these new guidelines today by Council, the guidelines will be incorporated into the Council-approved Comprehensive Development Guidelines and Financial Policy Manual, and will be intended to be in full force and effect on January 1st, 2025, for all new development subject to site plan control. So that's it for me. I'm going to hand it, the controls over to Ron, who's going to give you a bit of a background and walk you through the work that we've done to date.
Thanks very much, Gavin, and pleasure to have this opportunity today. I'm a resident of Hamilton, so seeing and hearing so many wonderful things about the greening initiatives around buildings and what I'm going to speak to around stormwater management is truly encouraging and something that I can see putting Hamilton on the map and continuing to do a lot of the good work. So briefly, what I'm going to present today is give you just a little bit of an overview. I think this council's been very engaged in greening initiatives, so you understand a lot of the background, but I'm going to try and put it into some contextual framework for you. And then I'm going to provide you with what these standards and guidelines are, because that's a little bit of an obtuse term, what are standards and guidelines, but it really comes down to what are we asking in terms of what Gavin was saying, new development to do in terms of the approaches and the practices. And then most importantly, let's touch on some of the next steps, because these steps are actually going to be very critical through the implementation of what it is that we're talking about. So as all of you are aware, you've been behind guiding a lot of the public interest in greening initiatives, and there's a whole host of different action plans and strategies there that have combined to really start to focus around the environment, climate change, resiliency, as Tony just put it earlier, things around complete streets, et cetera. I had the privilege of being part of the Chinook Creek Water Quality Improvement Framework, and that particular study in of itself really embedded a lot of what I'm going to be speaking to today. And it really comes down to some of your priorities, which relate to protect our unique natural landscape and waterways and to mitigate the impacts of climate change. So in essence, that's embodying both the environment and climate change and how we go forward in protecting both the public and the environment. So these standards and guidelines came through a reporting process, as Gavin pointed out. It was a couple of years in the making with a lot of consultation with stakeholders, the development industry, various departments internally, conservation authorities, the province, and the NGOs. So really what we're looking at today is one half of the equation, which is the private side. There is a public side initiative too that is proceeding or will be proceeding. That was also a recommendation of the Chinook plan. But today we're really strictly talking about what's going to be done on the private side. And the main thing is to ensure the good work that the city's been doing over the past 3 to 4 decades in the stormwater management realm is built upon. We're not throwing it out, we're building upon it. We're making it better, and that's the whole idea. And really making it contemporary to current requirements from the province and other key stakeholders. So again, we had extensive consultation and dialogue. But one of the most focused dialogues was with the development industry. There was a real keen awareness that they will be the users of the document ultimately, along with city staff, to determine what can and can't be done and how it should be done. So that's the whole idea of what we're talking about today, coming up with what we are going to refer to throughout the presentation as a decision methodology and also various implementation considerations, because not all development is the same. So again, you start off at a high level. We had conversations again with NGOs and stakeholders, various goals, and these goals really relate to the management of stormwater and how it can potentially affect the environment in both the quality and quantity context, flooding and erosion, and support the environment. So those of you that are probably a little bit closer to this topic are well aware that there's a host of provincial documentation in the technical realm, the planning realm, and the policy and procedure realm. The most dated of these really relates to the initial planning and design manual that came out in 2003. That was an update of documentation in 94. But then we have the low impact development guidelines. And you see by the date, low impact development's nothing new. Okay, this is now 15 years, and really it was even started much before that. So while we sometimes refer to this as new, it's not new, and the city's been doing a lot of this for a long time. Growth plan is obviously a planning document, and then the provincial policy statement continues to be updated and molded to the guidance coming from the province and others. But the recent update is very much embracing watershed management, and it's requiring watershed management of municipalities. The consolidated linear permission process, this is a shift in the way in which the province is providing its approvals for stormwater management works, and it's now requiring municipalities not to approve their individual assets, but actually to have a transference of the review more to a holistic framework, so ensuring that watersheds and subwatersheds and drainage systems work well. And it's a welcome change. It will reduce administration and it will improve performance. And what I'm going to be talking about today is very much attached and linked to this. And the last document is probably the most important. Unfortunately, it remains in draft, as many things do from the province, but the low impact development guidance is very much providing direction to practitioners, municipalities, administrators of how to implement these works and how to add them on or make them complement stormwater management going forward. So let's take a little bit of a deeper dive into that document. One thing that was acknowledged, this is now probably about the third version of the document, is that the guidance needs to be flexible because, as I said earlier, all development is not cast the same and there's different constraints and issues related to it. The other important component was that development, stormwater management, needs to be more than just an end of pipe, a pond. That's what we're used to, seeing a pond. There needs to be this treatment train approach whereby you start looking at the management of water at its source. When does that water start to become runoff? It's at the building, it's at the parking lot, and then deal with that water as it moves to that final destination being the pond and then the river and then the lake, and then looking at treatment in a more holistic, or what they refer to as treatment train approach. There's more sustainability planning and climate change awareness. And what the province wanted to do with this document was to elevate and establish a minimum size of storm that needed to be managed. So before, there never used to be anything around a minimum. It was more there were criteria and you basically move through those criteria. Now the province is saying very clearly, we want you to manage the 90 percentile storm. So 90% of the storms would be within a certain quantum, and those would be managed. The 10% that are larger are still managed, but not in the same way, and I'll talk about that in a moment. The other part that the province strongly advocated is what they refer to as their hierarchical approach. So I heard earlier from one of the councillors talking about the complexity of buildings, and that buildings are more than just the building itself. They're the footprint that they sit on. So you're basically talking about better site design. So in the building example, it was to take advantage of solar radiation and having better opportunity to heat and cool homes. In this case, it's dealing with water in a preferential way. So really looking at the siting of buildings and parking lots and their continuity and adjacency to natural features and waterways, and really dealing with better site design overall. So that's a given. And there's lots of different practices and principles around that. And I'm not going to speak to those today because they're well documented. What I am going to talk about today is this priority of application. So the province says, as a first effort, you are to look at retaining or infiltrating a quantum of water on your property. And if you can infiltrate and store and contain that 90 percentile event, that's fabulous. They're really advocating for that. But the reality is that that's a lot of water, and a lot of these sites are not going to be able to do that. So they say, okay, do priority one to the maximum extent possible, and then after that you can start looking at different mechanisms and different practices around that. So deal with the water as it's moving through the system. So you basically filter it. You can use swales, you can use subsurface biofilters, etc. And then once you've exhausted those opportunities, you deal with conventional practices. But the province just basically comes back and says, do it to the maximum extent possible, so the onus is on the developers to demonstrate and prove that. So the City of Hamilton has taken that guidance and made it its own, and that's what I'm going to talk about. So in reviewing the guidance from the province and better understanding the background and the implications, it came forward very quickly that we needed to come up with a minimum baseline for that first component, so that priority one, where you're retaining and infiltrating on the site. And the idea behind that was to ensure there was some element of greening. Otherwise, there was the risk that developers, and they're fine people and they're a valued industry, but they may just shift to the easy side of the equation, priority two, priority three, business as usual. So it was very important to ensure that there was some sort of minimum component to this, and yet still have some flexibility around it. So again, there was this idea of continually having some element of green, and then we established what we refer to through the city dialogue, this minimum capture concept. And in the Hamilton area, and not that the numbers will mean anything particularly to you, but you'll see relative to some other numbers I'll give in a moment, that 90 percentile event is a 29 millimeter event. So that's 29 millimeters of rain. 90% of the storms are that size and smaller. So what we did also, we went out to the industry and we looked at what's happening across Ontario and across North America. And we have seen minimum capture concepts or on-site retention targets in different jurisdictions. And depending on where these are, what's important in terms of the resources, how their drainage systems look, they're all a little bit different, and that includes south of the border. So you see the ones basically on the top, they have a 5 millimeter, Kitchener 12.5, Toronto has a range, and you see the others there. And the Vancouver one stands out because they get a lot of rain. So their 90th percentile is a lot larger than ours. So when we talk about green, green means a lot of different things to different parties. So in again discussing this with municipal staff, I think there was a real preference and emphasis on those practices that are visible and those practices that are surface-based. So yes, you can put a stormwater management tank underground and deal with it through hard kind of gray-green infrastructure, but the idea was have more surface-based. So the ones that you see there are just some examples: bioswales, rain gardens, bioretention. You've likely heard about all of those. But the one thing about them, they are visible. And because they're visible, they're starting to lend different types of opportunities and benefits to the system, and also public awareness around this. There's subsurface-based ones, as I just said. There's oil and grit separators, tanks and trenches and things like that. And then there's the others that really deal with water in a different way, like storing them on the roof, or even having what they refer to as blue roofs, which are smart roofs, and water reuse through cisterns and things. So by far and away, the emphasis was to go to something that is visibly green, visibly surface-based. And the benefit out of that was primarily focused on water quality retention. So there are benefits that I'll talk about in a moment to climate change resiliency, also some modicum of benefit to erosion and flooding, but really the emphasis was around water quality. So what is Hamilton's approach? So Hamilton, again, all of this is dealing with the private side, site plan control development. But Hamilton wanted to acknowledge that its systems are not equal across its geography. So the first thing I wanted to recognize is this needed to be very strong in science. So anything going forward, we didn't want to see conflicted or put a barrier in place associated with guidance that was coming from some of the other big initiatives that the city has in either watershed planning or sub-watershed planning, or even its drainage plans for different neighborhoods. So really take the guidance from those studies first. And then look at your different drainage systems. Hamilton obviously has an extensive part of the lower city and combined sewers, and then the balance is typically separated. So these different systems have different mechanisms. Basically the low flow system in the combined continuously is going to the wastewater treatment plant. So there's a different mechanism around what's happening with that versus separated that typically go directly to our waterways. And then because implementing this type of management can have an influence on the site design, it was felt that larger sites had more ability to deal with implementing these types of forms than the smaller sites that tended to be a little bit more constrained. As I said earlier, there's a preference and an emphasis on these surface-based green practices. And through extensive discussion with the development industry and staff, it was acknowledged that, again, not all development sites are equal, and some may have constraints that would be very difficult to overcome. And because of that, there needed to be some sort of flexibility. So the Hamilton's approach also embraced this concept of maximum extent possible, which is really a responsibility on behalf of the developer in the application to demonstrate that they've done everything that they can, and then the city staff would be the arbiter and the decision maker on that. So the hierarchy aligns one-to-one with the provincial approach. Again, using that retention component first, filtration second, and then moving to the more conventional stormwater management facilities that you're aware of last. Again, we're looking at setting some form of minimum with the emphasis on those green surface-based practices, and then allowing for the applicant to make the decision-making going forward through proper documentation. So I'm not going to go through this chart here in any detail, but the document and the guidance from the municipality has established what practices fit into which category. Okay, so we have the priority 1A, which are those green practices. Clearly, we've used the color green to align that there. And these are the ones that are being more focused and more supported in terms of meeting the requirements. That said, depending where you are, the 1B opportunities exist as well, again, particularly in constrained areas or areas that would have combined sewers. Then you have the other ones dealing with priority 2 and 3. There's excellent documentation within the report on design of these and the selection going forward. So these criteria, again, we wanted to make it that municipal staff could have clear direction that they provide to the development industry going forward, and we wanted to have a form of a decision tree. So basically, and hopefully this comes out of pre-consultation, so early stages in a development, there's these decision points. So is the development a combined system or a separated system? Is it covered by the guidance of a subwatershed study or some other city-endorsed study? And how big is the site relative to that half-hectare threshold? So what we came up with was a sliding scale, and that sliding scale just acknowledged the different characteristics in combined sewer sheds, which water is going to the wastewater treatment plant, typically in low flow, and a portion of higher flows. And then you have your separated. So basically ranging from 2.5 to 10, which really, when we looked at the industry practices, was on point. This chart here, it's perhaps a little bit difficult for you to read, but it puts all of that in one place and basically it acknowledges all the different components. So is it in a subwatershed study or not? What size is it? And all of these have a requirement for better site design. So again, there's this engagement opportunity that city staff will have with the practitioners to bring that forward. So in summary, the guidance coming forward around green standards and guidelines for stormwater management for private sites has aligned itself with provincial direction. And some of this is emerging. For instance, the very recent provincial policy statement, low impact development guidelines remain in draft. I fortuitously had a conversation with ministry staff last week, and they are aware that it remains in draft. They're working hard to bring this to conclusion. That said, they're highly encouraged by municipalities like Hamilton who are embracing the guidance, and there's several others that have been doing this now for the past few years. And then, as I said before, this approval process, this is an overarching requirement that will make management of stormwater much more holistic. It will have back-end monitoring requirements. So all of this is coming together to ensure that the systems work that much better. So again, the city's approach acknowledges science, recognizes the difference between combined and separated, and provides a level of flexibility. And again, because of development constraints, it's acknowledged again that there may be some practical limitations. So there is room to have these discussions with municipal staff subject to appropriate documentation. So let's go into the next steps and other considerations. So this is my final slide. So much like the green building standards that you heard of this morning, there's going to be a continuous engagement with the industry. We heard a lot from them. A lot was supportive and a lot had questions and concerns. That said, most of them work in other jurisdictions and most of them also work in other jurisdictions that have something similar, but they just want to have some certainty going forward. So we fully anticipate in the first year or two that there's going to be continuous improvement and feedback from the industry, and we certainly look forward to that type of engagement. Also going to continue to have discussions with city staff. This is a new process. So this is not the same as what they're doing right now. So I'm aware of city staff right now that are coming up with the tools and the mechanisms to allow its staff to start to implement this. And then thirdly, in terms of the next steps, it's one thing to implement it, it's another to know where it is and what it's doing. So coming up with a catalog and an inventory is key, particularly around these private practices, because they're not municipal infrastructure, and yet they're performing sub-watershed and watershed services. So it's important going forward when the city does future studies and things to know where these practices are in place so that it can account for their efficacy and utility in managing the drainage systems. There's a series of other considerations that I think are very important to document here. As I said earlier, there's going to be a complement to these private side guides for the public side. And this deals with right-of-ways, and already you've seen some of this in your complete streets, but there's more to come. I've had some discussions with Tim Crowley and Carrie Vanderperk around the watershed plan and other guidance going forward. The other is a cash in lieu program. There are opportunities and there are circumstances where there really may not be a practical solution. And that has to, again, come with whole-scale documentation. But where there is no ability to do this practically, there can be consideration for cash in lieu programs. They are across the industry. They have been used. This municipality has used them in the past, and also pre-amalgamation, it used it in different jurisdictions. A monitoring program is important. And the reason I say this as well, it's going to be a requirement coming out of the CLI-ECA. So the consolidated linear approval process, that is going to require municipalities to monitor their watersheds. So understanding the effectiveness and how these private practices work on the ground is going to be key going forward. And then the fourth one there is the potential to establish operations and maintenance reporting and some level of enforcement. So these are, this is infrastructure. When it's built, it needs to be inspected, it needs to be maintained, it needs to be working, because if it's not any of those things, it's not serving the intended process that it was designed for at the beginning. So to conclude, it's an exciting day. It's exciting to be a Hamiltonian and see some of this going forward. And I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ron. Appreciate the presentation. We do have a short speakers list. First, Councillor Maureen Wilson, then Councillor Wang, and Councillor A. Wilson. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So this is not to cast shade. I did find the report a little difficult for someone of my capacity to understand. So I guess my first question is, who is the intended audience of this? I just want to make sure.
Through the chair, the audience is practitioners and also city staff. So it was not intentionally obtuse or intended to be difficult to read, but it requires a level of language and concepts that are understood by development engineers and city reviewers. There can very much, I think, be a more of a public piece, but this was this had a focus audience of the practitioners.
Thank you. Perhaps a question on the report later of, is there a plan to get to that public piece? But I'll park that. You talked about in your report consultation. I think you mentioned RBG and one other party. Can you tell me what consultation looked like?
Sure, yes, through the chair. So we had a series of presentations and meetings with the different parties, both in-house departments, NGOs, conservation authorities, and the province, and they were invited to presentations, and then they were provided with documentation to review and provide comments on. Those comments were then received, logged, and responded to. So we have a good record of what that consultation was back and forth between the parties.
Thank you. And are those comments available for committee?
I believe those, through the chair, I believe those comments are in the final report. I would look to, yeah, Mark is nodding his head. So they are in the final report in one of the appendices.
Thank you.
There's also, and it's something I failed to mention, and I probably should have, and I apologize, there were also case studies done. So one of the things that staff was very strong on was demonstrating the application of this methodology and testing it against developments that they have in hand already. So there were 5 developments that were selected, all of different types, and there was an assessment done of whether or not those developments would meet these particular guidelines. And it was really interesting to note that they were meeting the majority of them. There were some places where there could be improvement, but it reinforced that Hamilton was already doing some pretty darn good, well, Hamilton and their development partners were already doing some good work.
Thank you. I just want to ask you further, because you started your remarks by referencing your previous work with the city on the Shadow Creek file. And my understanding is that there was a liaison committee struck for the Watershed Action Plan. Again, I just want to make sure, was that committee consulted with and all the participants therein? Because my memory is just that the RBG was referenced and one other. I can't remember the other. I just want to make sure that all of those participants had an opportunity to engage with you.
So through the chair, we didn't engage the liaison committee explicitly, but we, through city staff, we reviewed the list of parties and then selected the ones to participate. And I think for the most part, most of them were there. Not all of them participated, but for the most part, we had good cross-sectional representation. I probably could have had a list of them here, so I apologize for that, but probably through staff, we can get you a full list of who was invited and who attended all the different sessions that we had.
Okay, thank you. Just one final question. I just want to make sure I'm clear. Again, it probably is my ignorance and going back to who's the intended audience, but you've referenced provincial standards. Have we as a municipality in moving in this, with this document and these guidelines, have we actually set, and you mentioned the 90th percentile, have we set an actual target for how much rainwater we want to capture and clean?
Through the chair, so what the municipality has done, what Hamilton has done through this, they've set minimums that need to be dealt with through what we're referring to as that priority 1 threshold. But the balance of that 90% gets dealt with through the 2nd and the 3rd priority, again, based upon each site being unique. So that's a long way of saying yes, that it's going to be completely aligned with that 90% threshold and or what comes out of sub-watershed studies. So when there's a watershed plan and a sub-watershed plan comes forward that may have greater or larger aspirational goals and targets, those have to be followed. So we're not seeking to get any lower than that. This is almost 2 levels of minimum, that first minimum and then the 90% and then whatever comes in a sub-watershed study.
Thank you. One final question. I think your opening slide talked about the intentional need to shift away from gray infrastructure. And then near the end of your presentation, you talked about now the need to look at our own work as a public agency, which I always think we need to lead if we're asking private to do so. So I'm assuming your next point in that, if you did have a point to make, would be gray infrastructure, dated, expensive, doesn't really address the reality. We need to move to avoidance, capture, et cetera. We need to use that which is in public hands, publicly owned, public right-of-way as part of the solution. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I am getting to the public narrative that I'm hoping will be coming. Is that an appropriate sequence which you would be going in?
So through the chair, that's close. I think what I would advocate more for is a balanced application of gray-green. Gray serves a purpose, and it will continue to serve a purpose. We have roads. Those roads are part of the gray infrastructure. They move water, and until we go to flying cars, we're still going to have roads for some time. We also need to deal with something subsurface because people are unwilling to accept ditches in the downtown corridor. We have subsurface. But to your point, and I think it's the main point, is we need to start to strategically look at water in a multi-form, but at the same time balanced form that takes into account gray infrastructure and green infrastructure on the same playing field and looks at green to optimize the performance of the gray, reduce the investment, reduce the maintenance, improve the resiliency. So all of those things. So green is really the enhancement component to that, but I think the key word there is balance.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Wang, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'm trying to think more about this 90th percentile concept. It's interesting because one of your slides speaks about Mississauga only having like 5 millimeters, but then we also know in the last 18 months they have suffered significant flooding. Also, when we think about the last 18 months, there's been significant rain events in the Mississauga-Toronto region. So I'm wondering about this 90th percentile, and is it still relevant today? And does this particular program kind of align to the realities of today and moving forward, knowing that we have 100-year storms that happen every 5 years now? So how does that take into account?
So through the chair, it's an interesting point that you raised Mississauga. I'm at a public meeting in Mississauga tonight talking about the July and August storms that they had. So I think one thing to note is that, yes, the data around 90 percentile is all based upon right to current. So the province went right to current, but that doesn't mean that it's static. These are things that can change and shift over time. But I think the other point to raise is that these guidelines are largely focusing in on water quality and water balance and more of the smaller storm management. The larger storms still need to be managed by our traditional stormwater management facilities, our creeks, and dealing with impact management in that way. So this is not a guideline that's dealing with the management of flooding directly. Does it have a benefit to it? Yes, because you're providing more on site and you're building that resiliency, but not for a storm like just hit Mississauga twice in 2 months. So it has a different quantum, and this is very much focusing in on the 50% of the provincial interest, which is around quality. They also then obviously have the other interest around quantity.
Thank you. My second question through you, Chair, is when I look at this report and this presentation, my mind immediately tries to make a connection to our stormwater rates. We have most recently been debating a lot about that, especially in rural and agricultural lands where they do have a lot of impervious surfaces, but they're also green, they also don't have. So I'm trying to draw a line between the two, and how does that work? How does that look?
Yeah, so through the chair, stormwater rates are really intended to offset the cost of the infrastructure and also achieve the aspirational goals of a municipality around protecting its waterways, building in climate change and those sorts of things. So part of this is guidance for new development. So citizens who start to move into these communities, they will already be addressing their own responsibility as it relates to stormwater in the most contemporary way. Okay, and because there needs to be a reinvestment in this type of infrastructure, that's what the stormwater rate would go into. The other side is all the existing citizens that would live within a community. Again, I'm one of them, and I live in a rural part of the community. And if there's a responsibility that I have to improving ditches or culverts or things like that, then that's the other part of that economic equation. So the rates really are dealing with it at two different levels. This is bringing everybody up to that minimum standard. So all the new people that live in these communities that are built with this standard, they'll already be there.
Okay, so supplemental then, Chair. As the consultant that's looking at this from a high level and you're looking at all of these different strategies and all of these different things, how would you reconcile this standard with the stormwater rates and the potential incentives that might come forward? Do they work together? Are they in line? Is this standard in line with what we are currently talking about in terms of all of the different stormwater rates that we've been really debating?
So through the chair, this is a standard that's guiding new development.
Okay.
What you're referring to is retrofits on existing development to bring them up to maybe not this standard, but a better standard. And that is part of this incentive program that you would be looking at through the rates. So it's one piece of the puzzle, but this is not necessarily dealing with that directly. Your stormwater rates are focused on operations and maintenance of existing infrastructure and then building and retrofitting new systems. This comes to you, I shouldn't say this, but this comes to you virtually for free because this is coming by the developers. The developers will be building this infrastructure in their sites. Now, the corollary is the question that I was asked by Councillor Wilson around the what you will have to do in your own public right-of-ways. So in the future, you'll be looking at more greening within these right-of-ways, and then that will be your responsibility.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, a couple of questions. I do just want to start by echoing, I do think this report is a little bit more confusing than our average report, and I think it comes down to the fact that Appendix A has its own Appendix A. So we have a staff report that references a consultant's report that references recommendations, and I'm not necessarily clear, and so maybe some of my questions are very one-on-one, and apologies if I'm missing that. Are rural areas incorporated in this? And if so,
sorry?
Rural areas, and if so, are they categorized as a combined, a separated sewer, or do they have something else entirely and that just wasn't shown in the table?
So through the chair, a rural area wouldn't typically develop unless it was in a settlement area boundary community or a settlement area. So if you're in a settlement area, you're included, but if you are a farm, you're not included as part of this. So this is relating to new development requiring site plan control.
And thank you. And so how, just given that we're passing on these guidelines to our staff to make an incorporation, like my question is, if I lived in Freelton, Rockton, Millgrove, some of those rural settlement areas, what are the standards? Just my understanding was the toolkit, it kind of gave a table with a matrix and it said combined, separated. These folks are all on their own sewers, and so just wondering, how are these toolkits applicable to residents living in rural settlement areas? Is the 90% infiltration rate still what we're targeting?
So through the chair, this toolkit is not applicable to the broad cross-section of citizens. It's applicable to developers who are building new subdivisions and homes either inside or in the combined area or the separate area part. So this is guidance for new development. So a homeowner is not affected by this.
Thank you. Maybe I could clarify, but if there's an undeveloped lot in a rural settlement area and a new building is being done, so we're going to get an application at a planning committee in the future about Kirkwall is a rural settlement area in Ward 13 that does have a subdivision application that's coming forward. Would this apply? And if it would apply, how do I read the standards?
Yeah, so through the chair, that would be a separated system. So they would follow through a separated system. If there's a study, which typically they are in those areas, and the criteria are different, that would apply, and the size would apply. So you basically just follow down the decision tree.
Thank you. Appreciating that clarity. I think taking a step back then is the other piece, so we're sending, the target of 90% is one of the things that we're approving for staff to incorporate. The other piece is the hierarchy and start here, move forward. Could you talk to me a little bit about what you're recommending when it comes to site design specifically? So for example, if there's a site design that has a water course, the urban community of Dundas has Spencer Creek, a core area running right through it, redevelopments there. Is it more important that they have a rain garden or that they don't do further incursions into the creek? Or like, I've read the hierarchy, kind of get that, but how does that actually functionally apply to a development application?
Yeah, so through the chair, site design and better site design has pages and pages and pages associated with it. So we didn't repeat that here. There's documentation that can lead the municipality to it. But to the specifics that you just spoke to, certainly any waterways that are defined, that are regulated, you know, there's standards. The Conservation Authority keeps you out of those, along with setbacks and things like that. But better site design is more than just avoidance. Better site design is also looking at grading, preserving grading, looking at groundwater, ensuring that you don't have any sort of incursions into the groundwater unintentionally that may cause an impact in different ways, protecting trees of a certain quality and certain stand, and then landscaping and all those sorts of things. So there are a lot of different components, including minimizing the amount of imperviousness, having a smaller footprint. So these are all components that this guideline embodies, but it's not trying to replace those things. It's just advocating for it and it's supporting it.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I think the reason I'm asking a little bit about more of that is because though it's step one of the hierarchy that's been proposed, so in screening there first, I guess my question is what happens when there's a conflict, as happens in my understanding almost every single time you look at a development application. You can't do everything everywhere. And so you then have parking minimums, you have this piece, you have this piece, you have this piece, you have potentially regrading the site and building lots of rain barrels and rain gardens, but maybe needing to incur into an area to do that. This read pretty clearly to me, enhance what's there first. And I'm just wondering, is that the intention of that? And does that get carried forward by adopting these recommendations? Or does this just get added into a list of things that then planning staff have to balance, but we're not necessarily prioritizing all of those many things that have to be balanced?
Yeah, through the chair, it's a complex question, and one of the elements that city staff wanted us to ensure was in here was to allow for those discussions to take place, firstly through pre-consultation, and then secondly, again, through the responsibility of the developer to demonstrate what they can and can't do. And sometimes, and I'm not suggesting this is ubiquitous across the industry, but sometimes when a development proponent says they can't do something, maybe they just haven't tried hard enough, right? And then through a conversation with city staff, they can say, well, what about this? And they go, oh, well, we didn't think about that. Let us take a look. And then it's that dialogue. So I think the trade-offs that you talk about are part of that engagement with municipal staff to ensure that you get the best site design while meeting these criteria to the maximum extent possible.
Through you, Chair, just one other question, then if I could go back on when we're on the main report with a question to staff. With respect to, so sorry, I'll let you know if it comes back, but it wandered away.
Okay, it's wandering over here to Councillor Tattison. Go ahead.
Things are always wandering away on me, so I know how it feels. I just want to talk about the minimal, I guess the 90 percentile that where you had 29 milliliters for Hamilton, correct?
That's correct.
So how's that, can you just explain how that is assessed? Like, if we have a 1 milliliter, spit, that comes down for 5 minutes, does that count? Does that not skew the data? Shouldn't it be a little bit higher than 29?
So through the chair, the 29 isn't anything that we actually developed. It came from a provincial assessment of all the rain gauge data in the entire province. So they did a statistical analysis on every rainfall event that occurs and basically let the numerics generate that value. So we didn't reestablish that particular quantum. And it's surprising across the province, that value ranges from I think about 27 to 32. So it's a pretty tight range in the province.
Okay, thanks for that. I appreciate that, that knowing that it's, it's been collected from many different areas. But again, and I would like to see more into understanding Hamilton exactly, as opposed to province-wide. I'm the guy that's always looking for loopholes. And so when I see this, my only concern is something along the lines of what Councillor Alex Wilson was asking. When things get tough, this cash in lieu option, doesn't that make all the other guidelines weaker? It's sort of a default button. It's like a get out of jail card. If developers are willing to pay, they can have lower standards. So how does the city define and determine when constraints or it's impractical warrant cash in lieu? How do we define that?
It's through the chair. It's an interesting question and one that we debated going through this. And I think we wanted to move towards as close alignment with the provincial guidance and what the industry is doing. But at the same time, we also wanted to acknowledge flexibility. So how do you actually meet both of these requirements that seem at opposite ends? And then comes the most extreme, which isn't not quite achieving it, but then actually not achieving any of it and just writing a check. So those are kind of the three different goalposts that you have. So in discussing this, the province has also acknowledged that there is potential for that. So this is why they came up with this maximum extent possible theory, that MEP, where through practitioner-developed technical guidance and study, you have to demonstrate how you've maximized the application of these practices on your property. And I think it can become pretty obvious when you haven't. Any sort of green space needs to be exploited. Any flat roofs need to be exploited. Any underground areas that are unconstrained by other infrastructure need to be exploited. But if for some reason all of those have been looked at and you have nothing, this is when you can start to have the really hard conversations and perhaps come to that default. But that is never going to be the starting point.
That was a good answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Taddison. If I can pass the chair quickly to Vice Chair Maureen Wilson. Just one question, because Councillor Taddison had got the answer on how the data set is compiled from which the 90th percentile is derived, so that's good. I just want to refer to the chart. It's table 2 in the report, but it was on page 17 in your presentation, and it has in the rows combined and separated, and then columns, there's various columns. And I think I don't understand this because I would intuit that the number should be reversed. When you look at the water quality retention target in millimeters, the combined system numbers are lower than the separated system numbers. I would expect, given that combined sewers get flow into overflow tanks, for example, that we would want higher retention at the source. And so those numbers are backwards for me. So I clearly don't understand it. So if I could get an explanation on that, please.
So through the chair, through yourself on this one, what this relates to is how a combined system operates. So a combined system picks up stormwater and sanitary. And when it's picking up the stormwater, say in a day-to-day basis, so, small events sort of thing, it's taking these to the wastewater treatment plant. So, and it's being treated there. So stormwater is in fact getting treated by Woodward, and as opposed to stormwater being treated by an oil and grit separator or a stormwater management pond. It's actually getting better treatment. So because that stormwater for particularly the small events is getting better treatment at the wastewater treatment plant, it was deemed that there was less requirement to actually have that amount of retention on site. So it has nothing to do with the sanitary component of that we understand. That goes directly to the sewage treatment plant as well. It really is the stormwater quantum of that flow. So that stormwater, that 2.5 millimeter or that 5 millimeter, that gets treated at Woodward. So it was deemed that through this process, the combined system can have a lower threshold. That said, and I think it's probably worth mentioning, I guess it was last year, kind of losing my years, but the flood mitigation strategy for the city has established a long-term goal for separation for quite a few areas. So over time, as these areas and the priority areas get identified for separation, these guidelines can then be ratcheted up and moved to the higher threshold.
Okay, thank you for that answer. Just a clarification through the vice chair then. I understand exactly what you said there, gets better treatment, therefore don't need to retain, or the target is lower. But if we are looking, I think we want to have less water going into our combined sewer system, because during large events, that stresses the system, overflow, and impacts water quality. So I still don't understand that part of the equation here.
Yeah, so through the vice chair, so these guidelines are not intended to deal with combined sewer overflows. That's a whole different dynamic in terms of management. And I don't want to disappoint anybody, but the quantum of what we're dealing with on these sites is nowhere near what's causing an overflow. Okay, so we're really dealing with more of site contaminants and managing those contaminants off sites and dealing with it in the most integrated way in that hierarchical approach. So that's the reason.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you. Okay, just checking to see if there are any other speakers. I'll take the chair back. Council Alex Wilson, you're good? Okay, I think we can now have a mover and seconder to receive the presentation. And thank you very much, Ron. Councillor Wang, Councillor Alex Wilson. We'll go to the vote to receive the presentation. The vote is up. And that carries 9-0. Could I have a mover and seconder to approve the recommendations in the report? Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Wang. Is there any discussion? Councillor Alex Wilson, then Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you. Two questions for staff on this. Generally supportive, and I think I understand where the ball's going on this. Wondering specifically about the 90% target. Is that tied to the lot size? Yeah, I'll just stop it there. Is that tied to the lot size? So it's 90% assuming per meter squared, generally speaking, and so changes to the lot size, how would they have an impact on that target?
Yes. Yes, it's just through the chair. The answer is yes.
Okay, and so for example, you have a lot that has gray pieces and green pieces, or it has parts of the natural heritage system in it. Are we in that calculation of capture giving a intrinsic value to any of those land surface types like we are doing in the stormwater fee, for example? So for example, I have a lot, it's being redeveloped, the lot is much bigger than just the footprint of the redevelopment, it has a forested chunk, it has a wetland chunk on it. Those obviously have capture rates that are different than the pavement. How is that 90% target actually being calculated given the site?
Through the chair to the councillor, that's a very good question. It's based on the additional flow that's being generated. If it's purely green space, nothing is changing and we're treating it as is. If they drop a building on it and a driveway, we have to account for that increase, and that's where the coefficient applies to generate the flow that you have to manage. So it's based on the increased flow that's being generated for the minor system as to deal the water quality component of it. And over and above, we still have mandated volumetric control to deal with safety, to ensure that the discharge is controlled. So this is that resiliency piece of it.
No, thank you. That makes a ton of sense on my next question, but I think the answer is inferred from that is, so a conveyance or something like that where the lot gets split doesn't matter because that's not how the math is being calculated. There's not an incentive, but there's also not a disincentive. So thank you. My only other question was, as a result of moving this forward, would staff be able to talk a little bit more about what this actually means in terms of implementation, or what some of those next steps look like moving forward in this? I understand the prioritization metrics in the appendix. I understand the 90% capture rate and how that's different from an infiltration rate. What I'm not necessarily clear on is how these are going to be operationalized by staff on a go-forward basis.
through the chair to the counselor. Ultimately, there's going to be certification required as part of this process. The one thing this committee has raised and tied the two storm rate component to this, as to ensure that we don't have a duplication. The engineering submission to support any application should meet the criteria as well for the storm rate if there's an incentive. Part of that storm rate incentive, as you've heard through John Savoy and Nick Winters, is to have the verification. And there's that verification every 3 or 5 years, and to ensure that it's operational as per the intent to qualify for the incentives. So that's how that piece of it goes. So the initial piece is required to do the verification report to ensure that everything has been calculated and managed accordingly. And in most cases, as this is site plan related, it'll be a condition of either condominiumized or site plan agreements as well, over and above the storm rate tie-in to in terms of the verification.
Thank you. I think if I have a clear idea of where this is going, this is really, really exciting. My understanding, though, is that we're creating operations and maintenance plans with developers over privately owned infrastructure when it's green infrastructure of the low impact development category. I'd be curious if staff have comments about the importance of operations and maintenance of natural infrastructure as well, and that other piece of green infrastructure. If it's out of scope, that's okay. Just trying to understand that other piece is if we're gonna hold someone to account of maintaining their rain garden, do we also hold them to account for maintaining the river? Or are we just leaving that to the HCA and existing regulatory regimes which don't have an O&A, an operations and maintenance piece necessarily?
Through the chair, as it relates to O&M, I think it's a good question because through a site plan approval, we ask for, and the developer agrees to put in a rain garden, soakaway pit. And the idea is that these are maintained in perpetuity, and that's part of the site plan approval, is that they are. To the point where the city would get involved in enforcement is a question we've been asking ourselves, and is that something we're willing to or should be investigating further? And I think that was in the presentation as one of the future considerations. Like the cash in lieu, it's something for consideration, but this first big step is implementing the guidelines and seeing how we're going to achieve, how we will achieve success over the first couple of years of this implementation. So we don't have, it's not a pilot project, we're going right into it on January 1st. And by nature of the applications we expect to receive over the first couple of years, we'll start to get a good idea about what kind of practices are being implemented and what's the degree that there's a buy-in and that they're easily negotiated per se, but at the end of the day implemented and looked after. And I think it's probably down the road we'll start to get a better sense of, are these things being looked after? And again, it's not something we've got into yet today, but it'll be something that we'll be looking at in the future. Of course, it would be a pretty major undertaking for the city to start looking at private side infrastructure as a means to ensure their maintenance and long-term operations. So from a personal professional opinion, I don't know that we'd want to get into that, but definitely something that has to be considered.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor M. Wilson.
Thank you. Just two questions. Will this report and the information be captured in such a way that might make it more accessible to the public in terms of language and intent?
Through the chair, part of the work we're doing is, as much as we proceed down this road of with our new standard, is one, documenting what's been approved, and then documenting those installations on what we'll call, I'll refer to it as a GIS watershed layer. So at least internally, it's a staff-facing documentation of where we have installations across the city, and you'll see these on through 2025. Several added over the course of the year, and then it'll keep getting built upon. And to that question about could it be public facing, I think it could be.
Okay, let me be more pointed. Will it be? because right now, I'll be honest, if we're trying to build trust and confidence in green standards and expectations, this is not accessible to, I would argue, most people. And so often, when development applications are put in, we hear citizens talk about the capacity of the system too. And I think it would be in our interest, in order to build trust and confidence, and also understanding of what this means, to perhaps shift from strictly an internal facing document to that of external facing. Do you need direction to do that?
Through the chair to the councillor, you can provide the direction, but it's our intent to track and report back, because we may have to do adjustments as we go forward to see what are the best practices to ensure we achieve our goal. So yes, the direction is to report back on the uptake and the residual enhancement. I think that's a great recommendation.
If I can just also add, if the councillor is asking, can we create a sort of a citizen's guide from a translation of the technical manual into a citizen's guide that can cross-reference back into the technical documents? That is our intent, to always provide those general information, and that people want to then, just so that they can educate themselves in order to be able to participate in the process. So that is always one of our standing best practices. So we will be also working with our colleagues in Hamilton Water to make sure that we do have that public user or public-facing documents, so that people can understand the difference, combined sewer versus separated sewer, bioengineered facility. Those are all heavy technical jargon terms, and I think it's important that we provide it, whether through infographics or other materials on our website and other resources, that people can then get a better understanding of what the city standards are and how what our expectations are. And then if they want to learn more, then that's where they can then get into the more detailed technical documents. And as Mr. Sergi said, that we can also provide for that public, if they want to get into a specific project, we can provide those linkages so where they can learn more about a specific item or a specific development proposal that's occurred or has actually been implemented. Thank you. I trust that clarifies the councillor's question. Thank you.
Thank you. So if I understood that, the intent is in the affirmative, we'll be doing that. Thank you. I guess my next question is taking off from the consultant mentioned the shift to the public right-of-way and public space. Can someone give me an indication of when we'll be moving to that subject matter? Thank you.
Through the chair, we're already headed in that direction in terms of the Complete Streets guidelines and how it references the implementation of LID green type features in the reconstruction and redevelopment of our roadways. But again, that's a guide. And in fact, as it relates to more the water at the watershed level and what role the right-of-ways play in that, I think it's through the the watershed action strategy that they've been, I can't tell you because I don't think anybody from Hamilton Water is here today to speak to that issue, but this addressing the city's role in implementing green infrastructure right away is part of future work as it relates to the watershed action plan. And I might not have those exact linkages exactly accurate, as I think Tim Crowley would be probably better to speak to that. But it'll be, regardless, it'll be driven out of Public Works, likely Hamilton Water, and ultimately implemented through engineering services.
Okay, so just so I understand that. We have a Complete Streets guideline, design guideline. I'm specifically, and if this is not, it sounds like this is not the forum for that, but I think what you're saying is that it will be the practice that when we do our ongoing work with respect to the public right-of-way, it will not depend on the advocacy of a single councillor to ensure that consideration will be given to bioswales in a complete street design. That will be done. That will be considered in the public right-of-way. Is that what I'm understanding? Because I was always told we don't have a policy for that. even though we have a complete streets design guideline, I'm also being told previously that we don't have a policy to guide our design work with respect to water retention and holding on site. So I'm just trying to square this. And if this is not the time to do that, that's an answer. I just want to know when. If you're shifting to the public right away.
Through the chair, a couple things is, one, I think the policy around green infrastructure and low impact development elements within a right of way is will be driven out of public works and not planning and economic development. And I mentioned before that I think it might be part of the watershed action plan as part of future work. I did want to mention, because I didn't say this before, one of the staff reminded me here that this idea of how we're implementing it today in projects across the city is that there might not be any policy that directs it on some of the road reconstruction projects that are occurring throughout the city. But in the AEGD, there is an approved policy through the secondary plan called the Eco-Friendly Development Guidelines for the AEGD. And in fact, the roads that we'll be building in the AEGD, starting in the next couple of years, inherently include low impact development features by the nature of having wide swales for the conveyance and pretreatment of stormwater. It includes conventional treatment too with quantity ponds, but again, part of where we've been heading since 2010, when the secondary plan was approved for the AGD, we've been heading in that direction. And again, while there's not a policy piece for how we look at every road across the city, there is a policy in place for how we're looking at roads in the AEGD.
Councillor?
One last question. So it's great to hear that that is going to be incorporated and practiced in the AGD. I guess my question is, when are we going to get to the point and how that it will be necessarily incorporated in all our road reconstruction works? And I think what I'm hearing is not here, not now. You have to have that discussion with Hamilton Water at a Public Works Committee. Is that what I'm hearing?
Through the chair, I can say today we're talking about green infrastructure guidelines for site servicing and private development. And
Yep,
we're talking about site plans and this idea of the correlation of green infrastructure on our right-of-ways, which are directly connected to private development, would be driven out of public works, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. No more speakers on the list, so we have a mover and seconder. Just need to vote to approve the recommendations in the report. And that vote is up. That carries. Okay, that carries unanimously. Thank you, everybody. So we are moving along to 11.4. This is parking penalty increases. It's report PED 24139. This was the one, if you recall, that was deferred from the September 17th, 2024 meeting. And the recommendations are moved by Councillor Kretsch and seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. Okay. So discussion on this item. Councillor Kretsch, kick us off.
Yeah, I won't take a long time to discuss what's happening here, but just really want to thank staff for having a look at this again, and thanks to Councillor Danko for suggesting we refer it here so we can have a further look at it. And they made some modifications to the appendices. I have an amendment that staff helped prepare about how we can continue to look at the different types of interventions we can use to protect road users. Ultimately, all the things we're doing here are protecting road users. So grateful for further staff analysis, and whenever it's appropriate, I'll bring the amendment forward and we can talk about that. It's just about getting some reporting back in Q2 of 2025.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll come back to you for the amendment shortly. But first, Councillor Nan.
Thank you. No questions to staff for the recommendations that are here, just appreciating the work that's done. I know that I've heard a lot over the last couple of years about parking on the Cannon cycle track and residents being really frustrated by that. Not only the Cannon cycle track, but other, other bike lanes that are in Ward 3 as well. So I think it's really important for the viewing public and for anybody watching online to recognize that that increase is going from $33 to $40 to $200. And we really need to keep those really important active transportation laneways open for our residents to use it. It can be quite a danger when a vehicle unexpectedly parks there. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. I don't see any further speakers, so we can go to the amendment. Oh, Councillor Dankley, you want to speak?
Thank you. Just a couple quick questions on the report. I don't believe there was recommendations for increased fees specific to school zones. Is that something that might be coming forward in further reporting?
So through the chair to the councillor, yes, there is still a framework being developed by a parking enforcement team as well as public health and the safe school routes team. And actually, there was actually just a meeting yesterday with the beginning of that framework that there will be a report coming back to council for.
And for the public's benefit, could you just introduce yourself?
Oh, sorry, apologies. James Buffett, the manager of parking enforcement and school safety.
Thank you. Councillor Danko.
Thank you. No, I really appreciate that, and that there was specific reason that it wasn't included in this initiative, in this report. Of course, school pickup and drop off is an ongoing challenge in every ward across the city. It seems that it doesn't matter which school it is, it's the same issues. So further addressing those, whether it's no stopping or no parking, will definitely be very much welcomed by the school community. So I'm looking forward to that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, seeing no further speakers, we have an amendment. Councillor Kretsch, would you like to present that amendment, please?
Yeah, if I could rely on Legislative Coordinator Kelsey to put it up there. It's quite short. And again, thanks to staff for helping with it. It's just about following up on a report in Q2 2025 to investigate additional kinds of modifications that can be made here to protect vulnerable road users, including pedestrians and cyclists. So we talked, when Delegate Ritzma spoke last time, one of the things he said was, is there a chance to step these fines up, or if there are multiple offenses by the same person for the same thing, that kind of thing. So we see that in other jurisdictions, and staff are going to review that and come back to Planning Committee with the report in Q2 2025.
Okay, and who's your seconder? Councillor Alex.
Councillor.
Okay, any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. The vote's available. And that carries unanimously. So then we need to vote on the report as amended, right? We have a mover and seconder, yes, right? Yep. Clerks give me eye there, making me think I'm not doing the right thing. So on the report as amended. And that carries 10-0. Thank you, everybody. Moving on, we don't have any motions, but we do have a notice of motion. Item 13.1 is demolition control exemption for 3033 and 3047 Book Road. Councillor Taddison, would you like to introduce the notice?
Just so we have a ongoing situation with vandalism and so forth happening at this place. Just for the bench, if they could maybe ask, we do have a new demolition process here, and just to kind of give some clarity, do I bring the motions forward as a notice of motion and then does that trigger staff? Or is it like in a conversation that I had, say 2 months ago with staff, does that trigger staff actions in order to get the reports needed for these demolitions to move forward? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the councillor, or answer the councillor's question. Yes, so we are still developing that process. There was the council direction to develop a process in order to ensure that committee has sufficient information when responding to these motions. So in this case, because of the notice of motion being introduced, combined with the fact that they have already applied for a demolition permit, staff will be bringing forward a report to the next planning committee with the background information as it relates to this particular matter. So until we develop, council adopts sort of what that process looks like, that's what will transpire in this particular situation. Thank you very much.
Thanks for that. Thanks for that answer. So I guess in the next one that comes forward, would my fellow councillors, would they then just give a notice of motion to help with that?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, yes, that would trigger then staff to prepare the notice of motion to provide a bit of clarity until we bring forward that report and outline what that new process will look like going forward. Thank you very much.
Maybe I can clarify a little bit through the chair. We have changed our process slightly. So any applications received going forward, we're automatically asking the applicant if they can't comply with one of the conditions of one of the delegated authorities, we're telling them we'll write a report to council. I think that would make it a lot easier instead of having to bring a notice of motion. So going forward now, so if you receive one going on, I have advised staff to make sure they advise the applicant that we will be preparing a report if they can't meet one of the delegated authority conditions in the bylaw.
And I'm sorry, I'm a little thick. So if a developer, say, approaches me, should I just send them to staff? This is what I did in this case.
Through the chair, yes.
Thank you very much.
Because under the bylaw, they have to have an application in before we can process the report.
Excellent. Okay, thanks. That's much more clear now. Thank you.
Yeah, that was my understanding too, is that we direct them to staff and then staff will bring forward a report, as Manager Caetano had said, which would negate the need to have a motion here under normal circumstances. Okay, but for the time being, that's just being left as a notice. Any further notices of motion? Okay, moving along to 14.1, General Manager's Update. Acting GM Robichaud, do we have an update?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's just 4 items or 3 items I'd like to bring to the committee's attention. First of all, last week, I believe, there was a motion from the OLT bringing the parking bylaw into force and effect. Council adopted updated parking standards and there were some appeals. So Mr. McDonald and his team worked to bring that, save and except for those site-specific appeals, the balance of the parking bylaw in effect. So in Hamilton now is reduced or eliminated parking in certain geographic areas, which is consistent with our council's approach around reurbanization and supporting intensification as well as use of public transit. Last week was the OPPI conference, so there was over 800 people who attended that conference. And at the conference, the Economic Development Department staff received an award for the work that they did on the brownfield, renewal of the brownfield program. So it is nice to be recognized by your colleagues for the great work and the initiatives they're doing. As well as, I believe it was last week or the week before at the mayor's speech with the Chamber of Commerce, it was announced that in August of this year, the city building permit values broke through the $1 billion mark for building permits in terms of value of construction. Most of that building permit activity was actually concentrated in the ICI sector, which continues to show a lot of strength in the ICI sector. And ECDEP staff will be providing an update tomorrow at GIC in terms of the economic development strategy. The one downside is earlier last week, we did get an update from CMHC that was showing that the softness in the residential sector, residential building permits in terms of number of units authorized through the building permit activity is down approximately 32% for the first 8 months of this year compared to the similar time period last year. So we do continue to see a bit of softness in the residential sector in terms of new construction occurring. So those are the updates that I have. And if anybody wants any of that CMHC information or other stuff, I can forward it to the members of the committee at request. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Some mixed news, but congratulations to ECDEV for the award. Okay, could I have a mover and seconder to receive that update? Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Wang. The vote is up. Yes. And that carries 9-0. We are now on to private and confidential. First, let's deal with the closed session minutes, 15.1. Can I have a mover and a seconder to approve the September 17th, 2024 closed session minutes as presented and that they remain confidential? Councillor Wang. Councillor Alex Wilson. We'll go to the vote. The vote is up. And that carries unanimously. So we do have one more item in closed session, 15.2. Does committee wish to go into closed session? I'm seeing yes from the ward councillor. Okay, so may I please have a mover and seconder to move into closed session for items 15.2? Just have one item? Yeah, 15.2. Pursuant to section 9.3 subsections E, F, and K of the city's procedural bylaw 21-021 as amended, and section 2392 subsections E, F, and K of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertains to litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipal or local board. That's moved by Councillor Tattison, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. Alex. The vote is up. That carries unanimously. Members of the public, the meeting will continue following the closed session portion of the meeting when you see members rejoin. The committee will wait up to 5 minutes upon reconvening in open session before proceeding with the meeting to provide members of the public and media time to return. Welcome back, everybody. We are at 15.2, appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal for lands located at 764 Valens Road, Flamborough, for approval by Committee of Adjustment for minor variance application, FLA 23-312, and consent to sever land, FLB 2382, its report LS 24021, and PED 24168 in Ward 13. Could I have a mover and seconder to approve A, that the report be received and remain confidential? Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Wang. We'll go to the vote. Oh. And that carries. Okay. And now I will just need a motion to formally conclude all the good work that's been done today. Councillor Tatis and Councillor Wang. We'll go to the vote. The vote is up. And that carries unanimously. Thank you, everybody.